All right, everybody, welcome back to Best Bet Live. Jordan Spina coming to you from the production booth here at Best Bet Jacksonville, joined by Adonis Lane here in the booth. We will also have two of our returning commentators from last week, Eric Steinbaugh and Eddie Marskowski.
Well done, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Very well. Glad to have you back. Those are two tough last names.
Yeah, we don't make it easy.
Yeah. We're going to be riding with you guys all night. Thank you again for tuning in. Everybody that's been with us through the radio show, welcome to our live stream. 2-2 deep stack here tonight. Should be a good one. Thanks for guys for tuning in.
2 raises to 10.
Well, believe it or not, they let Eric Steinbaugh back in here. 1K, as we call him.
What were they thinking?
I would have lost that bet.
Definitely under was what most people had. But here we are. Thanks for joining us here for this 2-2 deep game here in Jacksonville, Florida.
All right, looks like Ethan takes down our first pot there.
We can button straddle? Yep, button straddle and under the gun straddle here.
Second hand underway here. This is 2-2 live, and it's deep, so they're getting a little extra 200, so they can buy in for a max of 500 in this game. Usually on the floor it's 300.
Yes, 300 generally for our little 2-2 game. Hey, Cletus and Jack on Twitch, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Georgia Tech Jack, what's up, buddy? Good to see you.
7 folds, 8 folds, 9
Jack,
folds,
one of our local tournament regulars. I know he's itching to play some more poker.
It's a button straddle, sir. 4 to go.
So we got a button straddle this hand. Big blind, Garen calls with the queen 10.
Up to 16.
Button using that straddle with the 7-6 suited, raises it up to 16. I like this. You're going to be raising with the top end. You got to have some of the bottom end, and this is one of the best bottom end hands you can have.
Garen goes heads and calls out of the big blind, heads up to the flop.
A couple of quick checkbacks. 6-7 looks like it's going to shut down here. Well, with the ace up there, maybe he's going to represent.
And a bet of 21.
21's going to get Garen to fold us 10.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad turn card for Garen's hand there. A lot of undercards he might have stuck around, but
yeah, I like that. Whenever you do check that flop with basically no equity, 7 high, and the off ace comes, it is a good card to represent. So if you are going to check the flop, there's cards to start the bluffing. That's one of them for sure. They're going to give you a lot of credit, as we see Garen did right there. He folded a 10 and with a gut shot, but the no club just made it not worth it. Richard DeLuca in the Facebook chat from Toledo, Ohio. Welcome, sir.
See 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 folds.
next folds around to Eden here in the hijack with ace-3 of spades.
C2 raises to 10.
Raise it up to $10.
Good enough for a raise. Ace-3 suited in the hijack. I like it. Now Mac looking down at ace-deuce in the small blind. He's got a 3-bet to 35. I like this play from Mac as well. Got the good removal with the ace, so your opponent.
Mac actually had the 8s. He got the ace-deuce of clubs to fold. He had 8s on the button. Wouldn't have had him 3-bet him. Ended up taking it down. Eden didn't want to continue with that smaller ace.
I like it, Mac. Getting aggressive, 3-betting the 8s instead of just flatting with. I think a lot of players we see on this live stream would have just called there, looking to set mine.
They're playing on Monday.
Mac,
who knows at this point?
Mac's definitely a regular here in the room. Plays a lot of cash, a lot of tournaments as well. Has definitely had some success in tournaments.
Ironically,
even though he's rather young to him. He's been playing cash for as long as this place has been open, but just got the tournament bug recently and has really had some good results. Excited to see what else he can do once the tournaments get started back up.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we get to see what he can do to here tonight in this game.
Oh yeah, no stranger to the cash games too. Most of his experience comes from these cash games, to tell you the truth.
Eric over in the Facebook chat, no 6-foot separation in poker. Nope, can't play poker that far away, but that's what the masks and all the extra cleaning is for. Keep it very sanitized here. Make it as safe as possible.
Yo. One folds. Two folds.
There you go. You got to put your cards in.
Yeah, you gotta
the
okay.
every time.
Oh.
That's one way they can read it. So you got to slide
Oh,
the chips.
okay.
Up. Yeah, put the chips in.
Yeah, Mac was just explaining to the player there how to make sure he puts his cards in the little spot so they can read.
7, 8.
Sometimes if you don't get them properly spread out, you won't be able to read the RDIF chip inside. Tell the exact cards.
Yeah, it's definitely if it's your first time playing, it can easily slip your mind.
9, that's 15. And a fold.
Tony's just going to bet his 2 pair here and take it down. Not a good board for Jamie's little suited connectors.
This is 2-2, no limit. Occasionally we'll see a straddle. $500 max buy-in in this game.
I like it. Get some good playability with these deep stacks here. And
Oh, there's no shortage of action in these live stream games as well. We're gonna see some interesting things, that's for sure.
Ready? 2 to go. 2 folds. 3 folds. 4 raises to 10. 6 folds.
I'm not going to go ahead and take the aggressive action here with the 9-10, raising it up.
9 folds.
10-9 off from early.
And 1 defense.
Max getting loose. Richie defends with ace deuce. Hearts. Gonna flop everything.
Big flop for Richie here.
Well, that's 15.
Mac flops gut shot with the 10 of hearts. He's gonna continuation bet 15. Try to get a lot of ace and king high hands to fold. Richie ain't gonna be going anywhere.
Jack 1,
Turns a brick. Offsuit 3. Richie checks. Mac's gonna take another stab. Looks like 50 this time.
Surprised Richie just called so quickly on the flop. Didn't even consider a check raise there.
Yeah, they've been acting fast so far in the couple hands we've seen. Wonder if there's any like live stream jitters there, or just at their natural speed. Richie makes the call and hits the ace.
I think this is almost a spot Richie's always should be checking here.
Oh, he's looking at his chips. He's going to look to put some of them out there. Unfortunately, Mac with just 10 high. Looks like 75. Mac lets it go rather quickly.
Yeah, not much for Mac to think about there.
Would have been interesting to see if Mac would have took the chance to triple barrel there if it gets checked to.
Got a button straddle.
Pretty decent scare card. As long as your opponent doesn't have ace jack, you think maybe you can finally give him the fold his 10 jacks, queen jack.
Yeah, the guy Mac's going to be continuing on that river specifically a lot when he has 10 high. You have to let the other guy bluff right there. When you get a 2 pair, you're pretty strong. You played it so passive that ace hits. He's got a lot of bluff equity, not bluff equity obviously, but he's going to bluff there a lot of times to try to win it.
It's a good thing to remember. A lot of people, and rightfully so, will use the ace as a bluff card. So when it comes, sometimes when it hits you, it's unlikely to hit your opponent. Sometimes the only way they can win is to use that bluff card. So it's good to know that sometimes. Just lay a little trap, check, let them go ahead and try to bluff it off with, represent what you have, rather than fire out and let people either make good folds. Some people can even, can fold the previous top pair when the ace comes out, or you let people, you let them off the hook and don't give them a chance to bluff, and like we saw right there.
We're 3 ways of the flop here. Not much action on that flop. Checks around. Jack brings us a little something for everybody.
A couple of gut shots out there.
Better 12 and C4. Fold C9. And fold for C2. Eyes up.
One of those gut shots got there.
Two checks.
Mac makes the king high straight. Gonna go ahead and bet for.
Mac's going to go full pot here.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a pretty decent two-pair hand. A lot of 10 jack, queen 10, although queen 10 would have likely seen a bet at some point. But you never know what you're going to get called by. Look at this. He might get called by just a 10. Eden with ace 10, thinking about it hard. He's going to make the call. Oopsie daisy.
Mac shows him the bad news.
Mac gets big value there on the river with a full pot size bet.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Table seems pretty quiet out there tonight. Not much chatter.
Yeah, they're just getting underway. Let them get loose. Let some players lose some pots.
I have a feeling that's going to be coming here soon. I can feel a big one brewing right here. Look, we got Garen, ace queen, raising it up to 10.
All right, let's see a good big one. Nope, not this time.
So disappointing.
0 for 1, your feelings so far. Keep track.
Yeah, big one.
All right, Garen under the gun, ace 5 of diamonds.
10. 7 folds, 8 folds, and 9 folds. 1 fold.
Gonna raise it up, $10.
2 folds, 3 folds.
Well, maybe this was the big one I was feeling.
You know, Jamie in the small blind, King Jack. He's gonna make the call.
Check.
There's the king right there, King 8 Dewey.
Got a 15, C6.
Jamie checks it over to Garen.
Call 15, C3. Heads up.
Bets 15. Quickly called by Jamie.
C3.
Turn another deuce, brings in the backdoor clubs.
Garen going for the double barrel bluff right out the gate. What do you think? I don't know about this 2 of clubs being a good bluff card. If he calls you on the flop, that 2 of clubs changes absolutely nothing, and it actually makes hands with deuces in it even stronger. So you're very likely to get called on this turn. This should be one of the turns we shut down when we're bluffing with little to no equity.
Yeah, but when he bets that turn, he's just hoping that at this point he'd miss this flush draw and can get him to fold, but that's not going to be the case. He just calls here with the full house. Would like to see a raise there with the king.
Interesting flat call. You can never be too careful.
That is what some people say.
But unfortunately, we saw Garen's hand. There was going to be no more money added in that pot. Triple barrel gone bad there for Garen right out the gate.
But he was on the stream a couple weeks ago and didn't get in much action, so I'm glad to see he's ready to go tonight. Thank you, Adam Cody. Welcome over on Facebook.
Well, that's got to be read. Glad you guys are back commentating. Best duo, best bet has. Appreciate you, sir.
7 folds, 8 folds. 9 raises to 13.
Jack and Twitch playing trivia time. According to Hindenbaum, who has the most cashes all time at best bet?
2 calls.
Yours truly, 55. I did not know that.
Humble brag.
3 calls.
Thanks, Jack. We always appreciate the assist.
I'm assuming that Eddie M's me. The Eddie's spelled wrong, and the last name is just an M. Could be some other Eddie I haven't met.
Looks like we got a big one going here. 5 to the flop. Jamie just flops the nuts.
See 9 checks.
Flopping the nuts on the button. 5-way pot.
And Garen's gotten set here.
Oh, baby doll. This is the big one.
This has got to be it.
So he's going to lead out 25, 4.
Gonna bet 25 into 65 here with the nuts on the flop. I like the sizing small.
Yeah, definitely this many
You don't
people.
want to run anyone away. At this point, you're not worried about anything.
Raise to 75.
You don't necessarily want to check because, you know, you want to get as much money as you can on each streak so we can get stacks in. When you're deep, you want to be able to get stacks in later. You always want to think about that, especially when you flop monster hands like this.
Garen raised here on the flop.
Call 75.
Yeah, and this is
He raises 75, leaving himself with just about 100 behind.
not surprising here. He flops middle set. He wants to continue, have hands that have a hard draw plus a pair to continue. Can't blame him here. He does go all in on the turn, quickly called, and he's not going to be able to boat up.
Yep, a little disappointed there. Just unfortunate. He ran into it right on that one.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it may not have even mattered the last hand with the triple barrel bluff. That's just a cooler flop for him. Once he check raises, he's going to be getting so much money in, whether he has the hands from his bluff off or not. Just a tough cooler. Sometimes you're forced to lose your stack.
Correct. He's never getting away from that. With even another $150 on his stack, it's still getting all in by the river. So who's going to rebuy here? Try to get it on back.
You got small money in it. Oh, you can't? Oh, because you're gotcha, okay.
Looks like my feeling wasn't the only one that was off. Chris Martin said Garen was going to pair the board on the river. Looks like we're both 0 for 1, buddy.
C2 folds, yeah. C3 folds.
Yeah.
Gotcha. C4 calls. C6 calls.
Yeah, that's why you can't blame him for what happened there. Even the times you're beat, you still have a lot of cards that can give you the win. You know, most of the time you're just ahead, and even when you're beat, you can still get there good percentage of the time. You definitely can't fault them for getting it all in.
They don't recognize it.
Looks like Garen is going to rebuy and
Bought in for 4.
coming in for 400 more.
I got a bet of 15 from C1 and a call from C4. Am I good, Chase?
Looks like Richie's going to raise it up to 15 here. Going to go,
Yep.
or bets 15. I'm sorry, I guess we're on the flop.
C1 raises to 10. C4 and 6 call.
So it looks like we're a little behind the action there.
Yep. Checks. Seat 6. C1 bets 15. C4 calls. Seat 6 folds. Good. And then now we're on the turn.
We're getting there.
C1 checks.
Flop check around, ace of spades on the turn. First one to bet's going to
C4
likely
bets
win
40
this
and
one.
a fold.
Max sees that, goes for it.
Thank you.
Gets Richie to fold a dominating hand. You see that? That's $60 in that pot.
We were just talking about that. But we were just talking about the headphones dying.
Pot that seemingly no one wanted. Mac
Yeah, a bunch
picking up
straddle,
on that. Stabs that ace on the turn, which again, like we said, a lot of people like to use that.
Because it's not like a
No matter what, like no matter if it's right or wrong, in spots where it's correct or
incorrect.
incorrect, and the people you're playing against mine, they like to use ace as bluff cards. So
The technology is hard nowadays.
Fun stuff, right?
because it works, just like you just seen, it works. So be aware of that when you're on the other end as well.
Alright guys, we got a bunch straddle.
KRT and Twitch chat. Anything wild happened yet? Had to do the dad thing. Just go back about 2 hands. You'll see probably the wildest hand we've had of the night. Set versus a flush on the flop. Got it all in. Flush held.
Yep, 5 ways pre in a raised pot. Flush over set, nothing Garen could do.
Thanks, Aaron, joining us on Facebook. Appreciate you checking me out.
Check, check.
Miss you, buddy. Lots of old friends around here.
Hey, wrong.
Check, check.
You done wrong, wrong.
I kicked it off. My bad, Tony.
Oh, tough river card here for Tony.
Bet of 10.
He's still going to bet 10. Played his way to trying to get some money, unfortunately. Aaron with a 10-5.
Cards are dense.
No connection.
Nope, can't get any money on that one.
You ain't lying. Damn, you can put live stream every day, huh? They gonna come that quick.
Hey, Brent, thanks for joining.
That's your own personal chef right there.
My old buddy Brent used to work with me in Daytona, Orange City. Now he's left the poker world, headed off to a farm,
Farmer.
enjoying life.
1 fold, it's 2 folds. Raise to 15.
Mac's going to raise it up here. 15. Mac with his foot on the gas tonight. Jack 9 offsuit. Take it down pre-flop. No takers.
Yeah, maybe he sees most people are being pretty passive, so he's
doing 1 round?
ready to
Are they doing 2?
take the lead.
They doing 2 rounds?
Yeah, I like it. Mac's usually out there at the 2-5 tables. Maybe he says, if I'm going to go play 2-2, I'm going to go get some hands in.
See if she would take the bait, man, being new, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they doing 2 rounds.
Like, I'm ready for my second round
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Let me get that second round.
Not today. Alright, guys, 2 to go. 3 calls.
Hey, Jamie going to limp in with the ace-10 of clubs. Under the gun +1 here.
Fold, check, and up. C1's gonna raise to 10 total. 3 calls and heads up.
Gets all the way to the big blind. Richie, who picks up ace-king, makes it 10 total. Jamie's going to call with his ace-10. Uh-oh. Action flop, ace-10-9. Richie thinks that was a good flop,
That's
but
15.
Jamie outflops him, flopping top 2.
We're gonna raise to
Jamie
40.
just snap min raises. Doesn't even think.
Yeah, Richie bets 15, and Jamie
Oh, raises to 40?
quickly makes it 40.
Call.
Richie got the ace of spades here.
Uh-oh.
Never forget about those back doors.
5 of spades.
Checks.
Big card. Richie can't fold for any amount.
Got a 60.
60 here from Jamie.
I like the sizing. 60 into 100. With third spade. Kind of put him in a cage. It's not really going to be raising. We'll find out.
Yeah, I don't mind a little larger, to tell you the truth. So just literally to extract more out of these types of hands. There's a lot of ace X with a spade, whether it be the queen of spades, king of spades, or ace of spades, that is just calling every bit. So I would just go as close to pot as I can in these situations, because they're not going to hero up and fold that type of hand.
Check, show me. What do we
Oh,
got?
I wouldn't be checking
Ace-10.
back this river as
Ace-10.
well.
True.
River does go check with the 9 of diamonds. Wow, that was a.
That's good. Thank you.
I mean, he's still going to get called by a lot of hands. He bets this
Got a
river.
bunch of straddles.
Yeah, I definitely think he missed a bet there.
Yeah, one that you had straight.
He's got a lot of aces there that he just has to call you with.
Yeah, and I understand he's a little worried about the flush, because there are some aces with the flush that are involved, right? Yeah. And when you know that, like sometimes like the guy is going to have a flush and you're going to get check raised on the end, or maybe just check called on a paired board, but either way lose the pot. But we didn't, if that's just because it could happen, that shouldn't slow us down all the way. We still need to value bet, and if we have to value bet fold, we have to value bet fold. It shouldn't happen that often because it's so less likely that he has that hand instead of one of the other hands that we get paid off. So it's worth the risk
4 calls.
to go ahead and throw that river bet out there, even if you're not 100% sure you have the
Hey,
best
Chase,
hand.
is Kurt gonna be able to hear you?
It's just like we talked about last
You know
week.
how you talk all soft.
Value on the river is where a lot of money is made in these games. So you're going to have to value on yourself sometimes.
If you're not value owning yourself,
Hey, it sounded funny. I was hoping nobody got that when I said that.
Oh, I got it.
I meant
straddle
low. I
here.
meant low, dog.
Definitely.
Austin going to raise it up to 16 with ace-king suited. Tony's coming along with the suited
2 calls.
ace of spades.
4 calls. Just water's good. Thank you.
A couple jack-10s join along. 4 ways to a flop.
I got my coffee today. We're chilling.
ten high, both jack 10s.
With 2 clubs, Eden flops the flush draw with his top pair.
C2 bets out 25.
He's going to go ahead and build this pot.
4 calls.
Big blind leads 25. Mac quickly calls right behind him. Now action to the pre-flop raiser with ace king. He does have ace king of hearts, so he's got back doors.
I mean, they're definitely deep enough for him to potentially peel,
Heads up.
but he decides to let it go.
We're heads up with the same hand here. Let's see if somehow this doesn't get chopped.
Eden's got that free roll, so he's probably going to bet here again since he got kept the lead on the flop.
If he bets large enough, it could be tough for Mac to hang around. At this price, Mac's going to have to call. Eden bets 40 here.
I think that's kind of a mixture of a bet for him. He doesn't really want to have to face a bigger bet from a better 10, but he also wants to build a pot in case he hits his flush.
Yeah, and he knows that there's his opponent can't have, you know, too good of a hand. Like we want, like at best he has 9-10 is what we're hoping. So we don't want to scare off that. Yeah, I don't mind the smaller sizing on the, especially with the clubs there. And if we get raised, we're still going to continue. So we don't want to bloat the pot too much in that scenario. River does go check check as it's a non-club. These guys are going to chop it up.
Yeah, Mac's definitely going to be happy to get half this pot here when he sees that he was being free rolled.
Paul Presido, 1K. That's right, we got him back.
Hey, buddy, how you doing, bud? How good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Oh no, we got someone in the YouTube chat saying, "Can we come do the THC show in Texas?" Saying that guy's the worst. I hope you're not talking about Bart Hansen.
Definitely not talking about Bart. Got to be their normal,
Yeah,
whoever,
we love Bart.
whoever TCH normal guy is. Tell him to send me an offer. I'll go on a road trip.
3 ways to a flop here. Eden just flops the flush.
King high flush right out the gate. Yeah, you're going to check that one. Unfortunately, not much going on. And you got the turn top pair as well. You got everything here. He's going to try to get some money in there. Bets 20.
Just hoping somebody has something they can call with.
Unfortunately, nothing out there.
Alright guys, that's gonna be it for me for now. You guys got Chase coming in. Thanks guys. See y'all in a little bit.
Minimum buy-in for this game is $100. Max buy-in $500. This is 2-2 no limit. We're in Jacksonville, Florida. This is Best Bet Live. I am Eddie Marskoski, joined by 1K Eric Steinbaugh.
Thank you guys for joining us. Got some nice stacks here going early in this game. Appreciate all the love. We're hearing from you guys tonight on the chat.
Race to 10.
Looks like we've got an under the gun limp here by Rachi with ace 10, and Austin's going to raise it up with the king queen suited. Eden in there going to call with the ace 5 off. Rather loose call, but in position from the cutoff. And Rachi going to come along with the ace 10. There's 10 high flop again.
Eden gets in there with his pair and the nut flush draw here.
Eden with the 5 and the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I like that check by Austin. He does. That's not really a flop you want to continue with the king queen of spades.
Absolutely. If there's flops where we don't see bet, this has got to be one of them.
Patience.
10, 8, 5, all hearts. Just so unlikely to get through. Very likely someone has at least a heart to call with, or a 10. Oh. Nut flush right on the turn for Eden. He bets out 20.
Takes it down. It's flush shitty tonight. Cashmere Donk over on Twitch says yes.
Flush shitty so far. Couple flop flushes we've seen.
4 seats back in, one
That
blind.
spice meter's heating up.
Our big all-in was a flop flush over a flop set.
Seven, eight fold.
Looks like we got a button straddle. That's going to be to 5.
3 player. 6 seat. Or 9 seat. Six check.
Looks like Tony picked up the ace queen and made it 20. Got himself 2 callers through the ace 7 deuce flop. Tony continuation bets
So
40
you might be charged a little bit if you want to grab it.
and gets 2 quick folds.
I'm not quite sure how Garen ended up there with the 7-5.
I think he limped under the gun and then decided to play for 20.
Funny story, I'm actually friends with Garen, and he joined our fantasy football league this year. And I got Mike the Mouth Mattisau to do a cameo, completely roasting him.
Oh, I remember that. That was great. I didn't know that that was to him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was to him.
That was really funny.
Oh yeah.
Mike the Mouth Mattisau did a good job on that.
Told him how bad he was at poker and how Nebraska was embarrassed of him. Garen's from Nebraska.
Completely
Couldn't tell.
roasted him for his birthday, and he loved it.
3 raise to 12.
Jamie going to raise the ace deuce of clubs up to 12 here from the cut. The kids are calling the cutoff, by the way, Eric.
Ooh,
It's the cut.
I feel younger already.
Matt calls from the button with ace 10. And Rachi from the big blind with jack 8 of hearts. Rachi takes the lead on the king 8-4. Checked over the Mac. Mac with that ace of spades. Little backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draw. Gonna bluff this flop.
Nobody else wants it. I'll take it.
That's 22. And they both call. So that didn't work out too well. 7 of spades on the turn. That's going to give Mac some real equity here on the turn. Let's see what he chooses to do with it.
Yeah, if it checks to him again, I assume he's going to bet.
Let's go large here. There's 104 in the middle. We really want to blow somebody off like a king 10,
65.
king 9.
Yeah, I
No
would like
spade
to
type
see
of hand.
something over 70.
65, not terrible. It's going to get it done. It's going to get the 8 to fold. Well done there by Mac. You see choosing the right hands to bluff. With that little backdoor equity, that means something on the flop. You might not realize that at times, but understanding that if you're going to bluff the flop, there's certain cards that need to come on the turn so you can continue. And when you got backdoor spades, you can say, okay, I'll just continue bluffing on every spade.
And those cards can put a lot of pressure on hands just like we saw. Second pair, even a lot of top pairs with bad kickers or no spades at all.
Yep. Mac showing his experience here early.
It's a Garen straddle on the button.
Raise to 15.
Rachi's going to call the small blind with 7-9 of clubs. Austin's going to raise up to 15 with the suited ace.
Free player.
All right, a little something for everybody on this flop. Gut shot, flush draw, top pair.
20.
And Rachi's going to go and take the lead here with the gut shot.
Replace that one. Maybe replace that one.
Big flop here for Austin.
3. Apart.
Tony's going to come along with the top pair. Turns top 2.
All right, 109 in the middle. Looks like Austin's going to fire this turn. I think Tony's going to
Tony's going to be all in.
Someone's going to be jamming that stack right in.
Absolutely.
Looks like he's got about 160 or so, maybe 150. Maybe 175.
Might be a little tall stacks. And graphics say 190.
175. Oh, yeah, 190.
He does like to stack his a little taller than 20.
Austin bets bets 65. Tony all in for 190. I feel like Austin has to call here.
178.
You know you're in bad shape, but
Yeah, we're
any
getting almost
diamond
3 to
gets you
1.
right over the top. You've bet enough to where you're going to have to call. These things should be thought of before you bet. Like, he should know when the action's on him on the turn. He should know what the guy's stack behind him is and in front of him. Frankly,
and a plan on what he wants to do.
Right, and like if there is a number I can bet fold, I need to bet that number. You know, if there's a number, then if I realize I have to call off anything, then you can sometimes just make it larger if it's a bluff, right? Or you can say, okay, this guy's got 190 left. I want to get 2 streets of value. I want to bet 70 and then 120, or whatever it is. Like, you need to think about these things before you take your action.
And if you price yourself in with a big bet, you can't fold.
Can't be afraid to
and if you can't win if you fold.
Right. This would be a tragic fold. He does lay it down. That's 65 with the nut flush draw and folds for 125 more on the river. Tony's going to take that all day. He'd rather not see a river. He'd rather take it down right there.
Yeah, he's definitely happy. Not really liking the way Austin played that particular hand. He was the pre-flop raiser and
I got a feeling
got that
he's
flop.
going
He's going to look back on that one.
He's going to say the same thing once he sees it, right? Yeah.
Kind of let that one get away from him a little bit. But he cut his losses, decided to go on to the next hand.
Chris Martin in the Facebook chat says, here comes the diamond. It is Flush City tonight, so Tony very happy not to see a river there. Flush City has evicted Austin, AJ Trigger says on Twitch. Nick from Yuma in the YouTube chat. Welcome. Thanks for joining.
One seat race.
Appreciate you. See Nick from Yuma in the
2, 3, 4, 6, 7.
in the Solve for Why birthday live streams.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
You know, we'd watch those a lot, especially nowadays. There's not a lot of content out there.
Just getting fresh on them, huh?
Momentary blip on Twitch says that was a call just on pure math. Yeah, I believe you're right, sir. Sometimes you just got to play the math, no matter what it says. You don't want to be getting yourself in a position where you're making incorrect plays because you're risk averse. If you're gonna be willing to bet the nut flush draw, sometimes you do have to call it off. Especially if you're late the price to do so.
Did you see how they had to stop and be like, wait, if we are fighting, we all have to have math. Did you see that?
Oh, for real? That's why they did that.
You don't
Welcome, Zach, in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you joining in with us tonight. This is 2-2 No Limit, Jacksonville, Florida. This is the Best Bet live stream. I'm Eddie Marskoski, joined by Eric 1K Steinbaugh. We're going to be your commentators tonight.
Hello, hello. Thanks for joining us.
Jordan and Adonis handling the production part.
Crushing it as always.
That whole sequence was great. He just couldn't find the strike zone, so he decided to throw it. Yeah. He's like just mid, yeah. So he's like, wow, this is unbelievable as it'll be.
Looks like Mac's going to take the initiative here and raise it up. There's a few limps to him. He's going to raise the pocket sevens to 21.
Big raise here.
Yeah, this was still 2. There was no straddle this hand. Tony on the button with ace queen is going to make the call, and Richie in the small blind going to see a flop with a 10-7 offsuit.
Just trying to hit something lucky, I guess.
Queen 5 deuce rainbow. Pretty good board for Mac to see bet here. Unfortunately, Tony's going to have the big one behind him. Top pair, top kicker. Mac fires 22. Action to Tony. Nope. He's going to raise it up to 70. Mac's going to posture a little bit here. before he lets this one go. Tony hoping Mac has a hand like King Queen, Jack Queen, but not a lot of other hands can continue in a situation like that. Queen 5 deuce, pretty naked. Is that a term? Can a flop be naked? Did I just make that up?
No, I've heard people say that.
Okay, naked flop.
No,
Pretty
definitely
just
never
dry,
heard
I
anybody say
guess.
a naked flop.
No, I'm gonna start calling it naked.
As long as it's just your words and not your actions,
Well,
I'm fine with it,
like
sir.
a suited flop would be a fully clothed.
Could be.
Rainbow.
Raise a 10.
All right, Rich is going to go ahead and raise it up to 10 here with his ace-queen. Takes it down, no action.
AJ Trigger on Twitch is partially exposed. That works too. It's like a 8-9 ace rainbow. You know, that partially exposed.
Yeah.
Not.
It's like a PG-13
It's not
flop.
completely naked. You know. but
PG-13 flop for sure.
You don't want to bluff the partially exposed flop. You can bluff the naked flops.
All right, Roger coming up with the king, queen of diamonds. Going to limp in.
Jack says y'all are bored. Well, thanks for joining in for some 2-2 live action poker tonight, fellas.
Just the mouse as well.
You especially, GT Jack.
All right, also going and raising up the ace-5 suited. Going to go 4 ways of the flop.
Queen 10 Dewey. Rachi flops the top pair and fires right out.
Second time we've seen him just jump right out with a bet into the pre-flop raiser.
Big bet, 30. Gonna get folds all the way around. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. We gotta get through this somehow.
And if you want to join us, it's 8 o'clock. Our high hands for the night just started. At 300 every 30 minutes from 8 until midnight. So come on down, 201 Monument Road. Get in on some of this action yourself.
Kristen Budrick says change approved as far as my flop terms. So there you have it.
What Mama Bear says, Mama Bear gets.
That's right. Thanks for having my back, darling.
Got a straddle hand right here. Max is going to go ahead and raise it up out of the small blind. 15 to go.
All right, another situation like we had earlier. Both players flopping top pair with the same hand.
Jamie's got the open-ended with the backdoor diamonds here. He's definitely going to be coming along.
Yeah, we're gonna have all 3 players continuing on to the turn, I assume here. Mac fires right out from the small blind for 30.
Did Jamie think about getting frisky there for a second with his open-ended?
Yeah, we knew he wasn't thinking about folding, that's for sure.
Not a good card for Jamie here.
Check.
Pretty strong card for Eden here. Got the king of hearts. Gets checked around. And there is the heart. That's going to give Eden the best hand. No chop here.
Check.
Yeah, I would have liked a little bet from Eden there, build that pot up.
Yeah, you have the king of hearts, so if you get raised, you know, you can see the river, and you block them from having, you know, a flush draw. You know, when you have a heart, I guess you're not really getting. You don't assume someone just has ace jack, but I mean, you can easily get called by worse jacks, or even like hands like ace queen with a heart, king 9 with a heart. Well, you got the king of hearts. Nonetheless, fires the flush on the river and not going to get paid.
It is hearts all over this board tonight.
Lots of flushes.
I thought the same thing, Kashmir. Jamie really wanted to raise up that flop.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if had he done what the two players with King Jack would have done behind.
I think on that heart turn he would just end up shutting down, but one of the King Jacks would have continued. Mac might have folded.
If Matt calls, it's pretty tough for the other guy to call.
Yeah, one of the King Jacks, I believe, is
that was
calling.
the heart. Yeah, that was the heart.
Yeah.
So had he would have depended on if he would have continued to bluff.
We'll never know.
Got a button straddle the 5 here from Garen.
I think it's a $4 straddle in this game here.
Excuse me, 4. Richie picking up the ace king.
Raise to 12.
Four players to the flop here. A couple jacks and an 8. 3 of a kind for Jamie.
Looks like that ace king is an ace 9 now.
Check.
Queen of spades on the turn. 3 spades out there now. Jamie now with top trips with the ace of spades. Not
Eden,
much.
Eden with open-ended with the king of spades.
6 fold.
Looks like Richie's going to call with the ace and the 9 of spades.
Does he just have bad intentions?
Interesting. Eden calls. And there's the worst card for everyone, the queen.
I would have loved to see Richie fire that out there.
Yeah, that would have been.
If you're calling with that, I'm not really sure why he called with that hand, but that would have been a pretty fun river to turn that hand into a bluff.
Really, any of the interesting. But I guess Jamie had the lead, and
Looks like the 17th.
they think the queen is just as much in his range as is theirs. They would have had the lead right into him.
Yeah.
They play it safe, and that one gets checked down.
A lot of playing it safe.
Yeah, you're going to see that a lot at these levels, right? This is the lowest level you can play live. So you're going to see a lot of passive play, a lot of weak play, a lot of, frankly, bad players. And that's why the name of the game here is to exploit and maximize when you have it. Like these players call real bad. They don't know calling ranges. They're a lot of times they're just playing their 2 cards. So you need to maximize when you have a hand better than them, because they're not going to be making a lot of hero folds. There's not a lot of 2-2 hero folds. Now there are bluffs to get through, of course, here and there. You know, the guys that are folders, you of course can take advantage. But a lot of the value from 2-2 comes from getting value from your big hands.
I like the way Mac played that hand right there. He called with the 6-3 of spades, flops the gut shot with backdoor spade draw, just raises the pre-flop raiser, takes it down.
If you're going to be calling with hands like that pre-flop, you're going to have to do things like that to win, because you can't just rely on only winning the times you hit with them. You have to win the times you hit with them, and also win other hands where you're not hitting, when you turn them into bluffs. And with backdoor equities, 2 backdoor equities like he had, gut shot and a backdoor spade equity, pretty good hand to choose.
Just like we've been talking, he had a plan for that hand. He knew exactly what he was going to be doing on the next card.
Mac putting on a little bit of show here. I like it. It's working out well for him.
9 seat calls, 1 and 9. I get a chip runner as well. 10 from the 2 seat. 9 calls.
Looks like we're heads up to a flop here.
Heads up. 9 check. 2 check.
Both check. Eden decides not to continuation bet on that flop.
25 from 9.
Tony leads out this turn. Makes the flush right on the turn and leads out 25.
Yeah, no hearts in his hand. It's just gonna.
Again, maybe a spot you want to
it
check
down.
right there because it's so unlikely that your opponent has an ace when he check back the flop. Ace high, 2 hearts. If a guy has, let's say, ace jack, he's likely going to continuation bet because he's a little worried about the 2 hearts. He wants to try to get paid. So when an ace of hearts comes on the turn and it made your flush, so it's unlikely that the opponent has a flush, and it's unlikely that he has an ace, maybe you want to give him a chance to bluff at it. You know, maybe it's a spot you want to check and let him continue a bluff, and then when he does, even just call, and then check to him on the river, let him fire at it again, because it's very likely that he has a lot of weak hands in his range.
Just like the hand we were talking about earlier when the ace hit the river, and when he had the 10-9, and the guy bet into him. When I would have loved to see the check there, let Mac bluff that ace on the river.
Absolutely, yeah. There's some spots that people are just more likely to have bluffs than others, and if you can pick and choose and find those spots, it can really make you a lot of money. You know, and checking to it instead of wasting value bets into spots that are never gonna, or not never, but just a lot of the times not going to be calling because their hands are so weak. But their hands are so weak, in fact, that they would choose to bluff with them.
It's like Tony flop trips here. River to boat, got called twice. Got called on the flop. I'm sorry, 9 high was in there somehow.
Yeah, I think a river got check because his boat
Got counterfeited.
Yeah, well, yeah, got to a lesser boat.
Right. Wasn't sure how 9-2 called the bet on the turn.
Yeah, there must have been a bluff and a call by trips, right? Like you would think. Casimir says check.
Check.
Yeah, it was like 5-2. I think that's what the score. I don't know if that was the final, but I don't think the score went down.
All right, Garen picking up ace, queen of clubs.
Raises it up to 12.
Rachi in there quickly with the ace-9 suited. Tony, king-3 of hearts. He's in there. Richie, 10-jack offsuit. He's going to call on the button here. We're going to go 4 ways.
Tony's hoping that heart trend does not continue. He just doesn't know it.
Yeah, he doesn't want hearts here. Queen 9-6 rainbow.
20 from 6.
Good flop for Garen.
Garen, after opening pre-flop, is going to continuation.
Get a couple calls here. Rachi goes and calls his second pair and backdoor hearts.
What's this sizing? Looks like he bets 25. Rachi calls with the 9. Of course, Richie's going to come along with the open ender. Great card for Garen here. Let's go big.
Oh yeah, definitely like a really big bet there.
127 in the
They
middle.
might not be believing you.
35. Wow, pretty good fold there by Rachi, just letting go of the ace-9.
Yeah.
When one of the cards come that's good for your range, or good for your hand specifically.
Oh, he might have been might work out for him.
The sizing could be so small that now Richie's going to choose to bluff at it.
I like it.
Look like he has a queen, because why not? He should have a queen. He overcalled from the button, right? That's the story he's telling here. Unfortunately, Garen has the best queen, and he's jumping up for joy in his head.
But if he does get called here, his hand does have equity.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. I like just flatting and letting Richie continue. He does just flat. And there's the money card. Ace of diamonds gives him a full house, and he thinks if somehow Richie has a diamond and now he hit it, he's gonna put a big river bet out there. So this should be a check always.
Yeah, definitely should be checking here.
If the guy has a full house, he's gonna be betting anyway. If he has like 6s full, if he has flushes, he's gonna bet. If he has bluffs, he's gonna bet.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
just no reason to lead into him.
If he has the 7-8, the Jack-10, they decide to turn into a bluff.
Right as we see that he does lead 75.
And now Richie just can't call.
Yeah, the only thing he could do is pile, and even if he does, it's not even that much more.
Ah.
I don't love that river lead there by Garen. Cost himself some would-be cash. I don't think Richie's going to be checking back a lot of 10 highs.
Right, just like we were just discussing, those certain river cards and hitting the certain ranges.
For the 3rd time tonight, that was an ace that was likely going to be bluffed that we've seen people lead right into.
Well, he'll think about that one. He'll learn from it. Garen did want me to give a shout out to his family back home in Nebraska and his lovely wife, Amy Rose. Garen's a teacher, and him and his wife own a awesome new salon in downtown DeLand.
Oh, yeah. Business owner.
Yeah.
Plays a little poker on the side. Said he's played in 7 World Series events last year, so a little more than on the side. Gets into it.
Like Garen's got 2 overs and to a gutter. Backdoor hearts against an over pair.
Richie's got the card Garen wants. That'd be money. 8 of clubs on the river.
Looks like Richie's going to go ahead and bet half pot here.
I like this. Going to continue. Let's not be worried just because an overcard came on the turn. How can Jacks hit his range?
Exactly. Just because it's an overcard doesn't mean it's a scare card.
We don't have to shut down and get passive yet. We can still get money out of 7s, out of straight draws, out of people that just play bad and call with bottom and middle pair.
And you still want to protect against some of the people that floated. You know, the people are going to be floating with overs with backdoor hearts.
Yeah, exactly. You want to charge those.
Exactly. Another straddle here on the button.
Everyone wanting to get into this one. See what our straddle does. It's going to check the 6 high.
That's probably a good
We're
strategy.
going to go 6 ways here. King Jack 8.
2 diamonds. Austin's going to flop a nut flush draw here.
Got a gut shot for Garen. A king for Richie. An 8 for Eden.
And nothing for the others.
Austin bets that nut flush draw $10.
Yeah, he wants to build this pot up in case he hits. But if he's going to bet fold the nut flush draw again, might not be a good idea.
Remember, those diamonds are haunting. Let's see what happens here. 10 of clubs on the turn. Pretty tough card to continue betting if you're Austin. He does continue to decide to slow it down.
Yeah, I definitely like the check.
Yeah. And the 4 of hearts, he misses his flush draw, ends up with just ace high.
When you get called on that flop, that turn's going to hit so much of the range that you don't need to be building the pot on the turn to get raised.
Garen's still in there. He wasn't. Graphics weren't up there a moment ago.
Oh, he's got the straight.
Yeah, he bets the straight on the river for 25 and gets called by Richie's king. Richie did have a 9 there, so you can't blame him for calling. He's actually blocking a straight. Could be a lot of missed flush draws Garen has in his range. Some missed straight draws and pairs of any kind.
Sorry, missed Garen's hand in there.
No, it went away. The graphic went away.
Yeah.
For a minute. Just
But making 50,
follow-
65
follow
bucks,
it along
building that
as it
stack back
goes.
up. Looks like
We're going to lose Rachi real quick. He's upset. What's getting no hands, no pocket pairs, he said. I believe we have a list, so we should get somebody in there rather quickly.
oh yeah, who wouldn't want to get in this game? And as you can see, our dealer sanitizing the rail and the seats every time anybody gets up at any of our games. Gonna make sure it's fresh and clean for you.
Once the game started. When we all good. What up?
Fly me in from New York, Nemo says. So much dead money.
Richie's going to change spots here. He's going to take Rachi's seat. Get a little change of cards. See if our graphics can keep up.
Don't you put that on us, Cletus.
C6 calls. And C7.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. All right, so we got an ace king, gonna limp under the gun.
Check. C6. Check. C7.
When it gets limped around, that's the
not
last
gonna
thing
work
you
out
want
for
to
him.
see.
Bet of 20.
Garen's gonna flop top 2 here out of the small blind. Max got an open ender.
What up, my man?
Did Austin lead 20 into $8?
Yes.
What? After limping
It's going to be a raise
pre-flop?
to 50 from C6. 404. What was the name?
Now Garen's gonna raise to 50.
What was the name? Jared?
Matt calls the 20 when it's open-ended. Garrett with the top 2 pairs certainly going to put in a raise.
Very small raise here. Only raises to 50.
Yeah, super small. Probably going to price in even ace-king of clubs. Nope, he does make the fold. I don't know what he was doing leading. Maybe this was raised and the graphics were wrong. I could see the C-bet being
And I call
closer
for
to,
50 from C4. That's
I don't know.
7 turn card.
Oh.
Worst possible card for Garen.
Oh boy, rough turn for Garen. Second time he's been hit with an unfortunate card when he flopped middle set. That was beat by the flush earlier. Now he has top 2 that gets drawn out by Mac here on the turn.
He does decide to check here. Control the pot a little bit. Mac's gonna make a big bet, 90.
I'm afraid Mac's going to be looking for all them chips.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to make sure that he's building this pot enough to where he can potentially get max amount on the river.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, guys. I was just on the production side of things tonight, but Jack 9's in the hand, and Jack 9 has made it straight, and Jack 9's the best hand ever made in creation. I just had to come in and say that really quick, and I'm out.
Cletus with the reminder. Appreciate you.
There's a few people I know that love that Jack 9.
This is a really good river for Garen not to lose any more chips on. The 5 of clubs puts a flush, and then now, you know, not that there would be a lot of bigger pocket pairs, but just the board pairing in general without one of your cards. Really,
I think, did Mac check that river
yeah,
back?
yeah, he did. 'Cause he's worried about it too. He's worried about the club.
He thought
and
the 2
board-
pairs,
and the
well,
board
potential.
paired, yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate the check back. What you're getting called with on the turn, that's going to be leading the flop, or check raising the flop.
Yeah, just the action killer on the river there.
Yeah.
Actually, a pretty fortunate event for Garen. You know, that river comes offsuit deuce, and he's going to have to. I mean, he's going to have to call another bet. I feel it'd be a hero fold if he could fold.
C-Day raises 15.
Yeah,
Top 2 pair just so strong. You're going to have a lot weaker hands.
I think Mac would just knew exactly where he was and where Garen both were in that hand, and he would have made a good value bet on that river and not blown him off 2 pair if it came a blank. So Garen, very fortunate there. Austin's going to raise up the ace queen here. We're going to go heads up to a flop.
Action flop. Queen 8-5. Bottom set for Tony. Top for Austin. 3 diamonds are a little troublesome. Oh, we get a bet and a quick call from Tony. 15. 6 clubs on the turn.
I expect Tony to make a raise here if Austin bets again.
Absolutely. Playing it coy on the flop. He doesn't want another card to go off in a diamond come. He got a pretty safe turn.
35.
Now you want to be raising here for value and protection.
Oh, he quickly calls again, not giving it much thought. And now the 4 cards, the one-liners out there.
And now at best, Austin's going to go check call probably. Maybe small bet fold.
Austin not too happy with the run.
There's the check.
Let's see if Tony can get some thin value. Yeah, I like this at least. If you're going to play it so coy, I mean, he shouldn't have many 7s. Austin shouldn't have any 7s in his range. And if he does, he'd just be betting them. Right? Like, you know, of the ones he would have, but there's just so few there. Let's go ahead and get some value, even though there's a 4-card straight out there. The prime spot, what we were talking about earlier, taking advantage of spots. Now, he could have got a lot more money in this spot earlier.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see a raise on the turn here.
But being that he didn't, he's still getting a little extra value here now. assuming Austin calls here, but nonetheless, I like the bet and the sizing. The sizing is small enough where Austin really wants to look him up here with one pair.
Exactly. He did choose a nice sizing on the river to be able to get called by one pair.
All right, a little 226 on that pot being pushed over to Tony. Karen looking on me like, yeah, that's what's supposed to happen with my set.
Larry, Facebook, thanks for joining us from North Carolina, Fort Bragg.
Wherever you want. In those two places. In those two places.
Take it back. Take it back.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, live strike.
Ronnie Young in the YouTube chat says, do they run 2-5 no limit or 5-5 PLO off stream? Yep, absolutely. Both games are likely being ran right now.
Oh, multiple tables of both.
Multiple of 2-5 no limit, that's for sure.
Both those hands are, or both those tables, I'm sorry, are eligible for our promos. Which, like I said, tonight, if you want to come on down, 300 every 30 minutes till midnight.
We got to re-raise to 42. C9, 42.
Stop on in, say what's up.
Max going to go ahead and raise it up here, get the action going with pocket twos.
Check out some of this live stream live. Got a nice setup around the table.
Full C4.
Richie calls the button with the sevens, and Tony's going to go ahead and 3-bet it out of the big blind with his ace-queen.
42. Richie not going anywhere. Another quick call with the position.
And good flop for Tony.
9 checks.
Another quick check. Richie going to look to bluff with these sevens.
7.
Not the flop he was looking for either, but he's going to use it.
9. All you can eat.
Looks like Tony's just going to put them all in. Richie only has about a 140 behind his $50 bet.
Yeah, I think Richie might just hoping he had queens or jacks there and would just let it go.
Yeah, it's not a terrible spot. He was set mining. You know, he paid a large price to set mine, so that's unadvisable.
Yeah, with that size stack.
But you know, when that flop comes and Tony checks it over, yeah, you know, he could have ace king, ace queen.
I did so.
But he could also have kings, queens, jacks, tens. In which case, maybe folds. Maybe may take 2 bets to get him the fold, but maybe could find folds.
Oh man, we're getting a lot of people coming up on this all over the world. Tampa, thanks for joining us, Steve and Ryan.
Martin Bagley from Glasgow, Scotland.
Chicago.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
Not getting us, Alan. Not getting us.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
A for effort.
Heads up.
Got these sevens again. See if they work out.
Georgia,
Up against
Scotland,
Max Kings.
Chicago, North Carolina.
1 checks.
Nick from Yuma. From Yuma,
Yuma.
assuming.
Got a 15.
Max going to go ahead and bet 15 again here with his kings, the king of hearts. Jarrett's going to call one time for sure here. Sevens with the 7 of hearts. Black jack on the turn.
Oh, that's 50. Take it, chips.
I don't care.
Call 50. Okay. At 125. 360. Thank you. At a 125. Before.
All right, it looks like Matt's going to go for a big bet here on the river.
Call.
I feel like every week I come, I
Kings.
eventually play with him. So
Kings are good.
it's entertaining, but I don't like when it's not paying attention.
Jerry, Hero's up there. Makes the call, sees the bad news.
Got a button straddle.
Pueblo, Colorado. Love that place. Definitely come a long way in the last 5-10 years. I got a buddy who lives out in Evergreen. I go out there at least once a year. Love traveling around over that way.
Oh, yes, we got a
Alberta,
button
Canada. Oh, can't wait to get up that way. Got to be able to leave the country again.
Apparently the Phillies clubhouse man gave it to
Dennis from Baltimore, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
One for
Ronnie Ung in the YouTube chat. Yes, we are for real. Multiple 2-5 games going now, and at least one 5-5 PLO game running right now. Most likely 2. That's pretty standard nightly here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
You heard him. Lots of 2-5 goes every day. 5-5 PLO as well. Heads up to a flop here.
check. Seat 8 check. Bet a 14, seat 9. 1-4.
See Tony leads out here with Queen 4 off.
I'm going to get Richie to lay down that ace-king.
Can't win it if you don't bet it.
He knows his range right there is much more probable on that flop.
the playoffs goes by, and it goes by winning percentage. Could you imagine if they allow the team that only play, if they play more games eventually, but only play like 20 games? They get
John Mannix in the Facebook chat. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope you get your fix in here with us tonight.
Right. I was telling him it's funny that we play the
Richie
Phillies.
takes that pot down. Wanted to make sure we gave a shout out to his fiance Angela, sports store manager out in Orlando.
Awesome.
Glad to have him here again. Had him on the stream last week as well.
Definitely. So we got a button straddle here, Eric. Gets both the blinds to fold.
I like it.
Might get a walk.
Yes, sir.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Ace Jack suited here for Austin.
Seat 8.
He's gonna raise it up. 5-4 offset on the button's gonna make a call here.
Yeah, got position. Might as well see a flop.
Not a whole lot there for Jarrett.
Not what he was looking for.
No, Austin's gonna lead out here with his ace jack. Top pair, top kicker. Easy fold.
Yep, just not what he was looking for.
Nope.
David on Facebook is a poker room here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Jason, you get back to it. Straddle over again. Yes, sir.
Ryan Stubblefield says he wishes his poker room would open and follow these same rules for safety. Yeah, we wish it would too for you, buddy. We're obviously trying everything we can on here to get our players back in. It's obviously a little inconvenient at times, but these safety precautions are necessary, so we hope your local rooms do something similar to get you guys back on the table.
We all love poker. Do what we got to do.
That's right.
Luckily, we're able to do it this way so we can bring it to you guys.
Fold seat 1 and 2.
So we got another straddle going on here.
A couple calls around.
Yep, straddle.
A lot of hearts out here, Eric.
Call seat 4.
Yeah, might not streak might not continue on this hand.
Yeah, no flushes on this one. Unless clubs get there for Tony.
That's what Tony's looking for.
Hand's good. All right, we got
That's a
6
good start.
Not much else. We got a gut shot here, bottom pair.
Check.
Max got second pair.
No free cards, guys. Bet a 12, seat 9.
Checks around to Tony, who bets his flush draw here.
Call seat
Gonna get
3,
looked up
4,
a few times.
seat 6.
Jamie calls with his gut shot. Matt calls with his second pair. Like everyone else can get out of the
I
way.
think Richie made a call here with the sevens also.
Wow, Rich is going to try to spike 2 pairs, see a backdoor heart, which he doesn't know that he doesn't want. 3 of spades, nothing going
Yeah,
on
it's a
this
big old
turn.
break there. Gets done. Oh, Tony gets there.
Check.
Board pairs up though. See if that slows him down at all.
Check. Check.
Probably not gonna get much value here anyway.
He's definitely going to bet, but his hand definitely looks like a flush draw so
Right.
much here.
29 total.
Mac might try to hero up for a chop,
Fold, fold, fold.
but
He has been
not
really
going to
good,
happen.
so, yeah.
Yeah. As expected, takes it down.
On to the next one.
Matt and Facebook asking about our thoughts about Susie. I knew Susie. It was a very unfortunate situation. You know, all of our thoughts go out to
Button straddle.
everyone close to her and her family. Hope everything can come out.
Yeah, I think everyone's just waiting for more information.
Yeah.
Really nothing else that can be done.
4 to go. 4 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds. 2 folds. And option.
Yeah, come on down, Ken. Atlanta's not that far.
Jamie straddled the button here with 7-4 off, and he's going to decide to
Call 21 from seat
use
6.
that option and raise it up to 21 here after Garen and Tony limp.
Call 21.
Garen's got the king, queen of spades. Tony with 5-6 offsuit.
3 players.
Ace,
Check
6-4.
that. 6 and 9.
Checked over to Jamie.
26.
Definitely going to have to c-bet that flop.
Yeah, when you raise this type of hand from your straddle, you got to be willing to fire some bluffs out there. The ace high is pretty good ones to fire at because it should be hitting your range.
Heads up.
Tony going to make the call with just the 6 here.
Check seat 9.
One more bet should probably get Tony to fold, but see if Austin, or I'm sorry, if we can see if Jamie can make it.
Yep, jack of diamonds now. Each player, no diamond.
46 and a fold.
Jamie bets 50. He's going to get Tony to relinquish the 6.
Well-used position there.
Yeah, well-used position and aggression. Continue telling that story no matter what.
Jamie's a cloud solutions analyst, so sounds like he's probably pretty good at figuring out stories to tell.
That's above my pay grade right there. Those are them fancy words.
Yeah. Maths.
Solutions.
Want to say hey to his kid, E and Twitch. So Twitch, make sure you give him some love.
Fold and a fold. Seat 8 and 9. 1 fold. Seat 2.
D.
fold.
Vogel in the Facebook chat says, do we broadcast bigger games? Yes, this is the smallest game we'll broadcast. We'll also, we'd also do a lot of
Fold and a fold.
2-5 no limit deep and 5-10 25 as well. We get some 5-5 PLO at times. Really,
Charged up yet?
you know, we're willing to do whatever we can get ran.
Yeah. You can look at bestbetjacks.com. It shows our upcoming live streams and what stakes they are. Anybody who's trying to get on those games, gives you all the information to reach out.
Yep, full schedule for the next month or so out there now. I believe next week is another 2-2 deep.
The next 2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds.
Dotan Bershan on Facebook says, love watching from Washington
2
State.
raises to 10.
They're banning poker due to COVID here, so my poker room is moving the tables outside under a tent.
Well, that
Wow.
sounds like fun.
Not to be deterred.
And a call from 6. Heads up.
Thanks for joining. Appreciate you coming along with us here on Wednesday night.
So Garen's going to have a flop top pair here.
Seat 2 leads out for 10.
Eden's going to lead out into him with his gut shot.
Check from seat 2.
Yeah, once you get called there, you're going to be shutting down with the 8-7. Garen makes the bet and takes it down.
Sounds good.
Haven't played poker in Washington State yet. Definitely looking forward to a West Coast road trip once this world settles down a little bit.
Once it's possible.
Lines up, guys. Small and big, please. All right, good to go. Two calls, 3 and 4 fold.
Eden's going to limp king 10.
7 calls. Check and check.
Richie limps the king 9 suited on the button. And the blinds defend and check. 4 ways to the flop. Ace, jack 7, all spades out there. Eden with the king of spades.
Austin checks his top pair.
And check all around.
Flop gets checked around.
See 8 bet 5.
Now Austin's going to decide to bet that ace. $5 bucks.
Call 5 3 players.
10 of clubs on the river. Austin's still got the best hand here, but not a good board to be betting. He's going to check it down and win. Austin lives in Orange Park now, originally from St. Pete. Lawyer. Wanted to give a shout out to his wife, Val, and his son, AJ.
Big Tampa Bay Rays fan.
I like the Rays too, but that stadium is in the worst location. Makes it almost impossible for fans to get there.
Yeah, their attendance hasn't dropped much due to COVID. No, nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was reading the Twitch chat, I apologize.
I said, yeah, their attendance hasn't dropped much due to COVID.
No, about the same.
Two folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds. Straight 5, raised to 5, seat 7.
Looks like Rich is gonna build a pot a little bit. A little $5 bump.
Take it down. That's a sweet spot. That's a magic number, man. Magic number, dog.
Takes it down. Everybody was afraid.
You ain't lying, bro.
People in the Twitch chat asking about Susie. You wanted more information? Poker News has some articles out right now. You can just search their Facebook. Get some more information on that.
Button straddle.
Got another button straddle here.
Was he been doing it the whole time?
Nobody likes a quitter.
Right.
C1 calls, C2 calls. Alan likes a quitter. 3 and 4 fold, 6 calls, 7.
Blinds go ahead and call. Garen gets in there with the suited Jack 9.
Somebody raise it up here. Tony with the king queen on the straddle.
Make it 26 total.
Yeah.
Tony's never afraid to raise.
Tony makes it 26, so 22 more after everyone limps for 4.
King 10 makes the nice fold. Hard to fold suited aces. Even with the people behind you, you don't expect them to re-raise.
That one was a tough one. Didn't want to let it go.
I know. I would like to call. Probably send some 8-9 of clubs in there.
I know
with
you would have called.
Oh.
That's 100% you would have called.
Oh,
you would have called with anything that you limped for 4 there with. And you would have limped with some terrible hands.
I disagree.
You're not. If you would have had the 5-6 off in that spot, you would have called.
No, I would have folded for 2 more.
Especially at the end, you could go heads up with 5-6 off, knowing he's got big cards.
I would have just folded for 2 more.
I know your style. You would have folded for 2 more. No way.
I was have folded the blinds.
You may have opened the 5-6 off.
Well, if I'm taking the lead, then it's different. My motto is, you can't win if you fold. I've never seen that strategy work. So Tony's going to raise it up here with the King 10. Eden waking up with the queens, finally. We haven't seen too many big pocket pairs tonight.
That's right.
I don't think we've seen aces.
This is our biggest.
Kings once. Kings once.
35.
Going to 3-bet it here.
Tony's going to defend here, 25 more. We're going to go heads up.
Couple sevens and a 5. Pretty good flop for the queens.
It's a whiff there for Tony.
Got a 50.
50 into 72 here from Eden. Tony quickly folds.
Brian in the Facebook chat asking how many tables we had here. We have 70 cash poker tables and 24 Florida poker pit tables. Florida games.
Fold, 7 raise, 10.
Plenty of action. Come on down.
And we are 8-handed here. When we started back up after the
One fold,
shutdown, we started with 6, then worked our way back up to 8. So
2 calls, 3 folds, and 4.
Richie's going to open the ace queen, $10. Going to get Tony to call. Eden to call with 7-3 on the button. Max going to call from the big blind, 9-10. King Jack 6, 2 clubs.
7 checks, 9 checks, and check all around.
going to check all the way around.
4
I like that Eden checked his flush draw. A lot of people, when they get checked to there,
9 bets,
just
20.
get a little excited and try to take an action. Try to take the bet there. Just
2 calls,
try to realize your equity.
and 4 and 7 fold. Heads up.
Tony's going to bet the ace jack on the turn, $20. Eden's going to call with the flush draw and bank the flush on the river. Checked over to Eden. 82 in the middle. What's he going to put out there? 40, 35. If he thinks his opponent has a 6, you can even size up a little bit here. Hard to get called for too much though, since you have just the 7 high flush. Looks like 50.
60.
60.
That's 3/4 pot.
60 might be a little too much here.
I'm not sure if Tony's going to pull the trigger here.
Oh,
He does.
he does. He flicks him in there.
Doesn't believe him.
Hoping he had a missed straight draw of some kind.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about on the flop. I like that he checked, because if he potentially bloated that pot, he could get pushed off on the turn.
Yeah, and that could have went into Tony's decision making, saying, "Oh, he would. There's no way he would have checked a flush on the flop or flush draw on the flop." Could have got him paid an extra $60 there on the river.
Yeah. Gainer saying it's blurry. I'm not seeing anybody else complain about that. It might just be your feed. If anybody else is having that problem, just throw it in the chat.
Button stroke. Yes.
Another button straddle here.
I like it. Just trying to get the action going.
Yeah, let's anything to pump the game up a little bit.
Austin going to go ahead and raise it up here with his 6s. Daniel on YouTube, it's been a little bit of both. It's been had its ups and it's had its downs. We've had some pretty good action here tonight. Garen flops top pair here and checks it over to the pre-flop raiser. Checks it again. Let's see if Austin decides to give it another fire.
He is going to fire it again. Looks like 40, 50, 40. Garen ain't going to be going anywhere. I guarantee it.
I was waiting for that one.
Yeah.
Been waiting all night.
I knew I was going to get it in at some point. He does make the call. Let's see if Austin can throw another.
I'm glad Garen
barrel.
chose to check here on this river this time.
That's right. He didn't.
Austin decided not to check, or not to bluff at it. The other times they definitely would have bluffed at it.
Yeah, the time. But he wasn't going to call anything either.
Right.
The check was absolutely the play.
Like I said,
this time
made the right decision this time. Just didn't work out. And that happens in poker. That's why we love and hate this game. You can make every right decision and walk out with nothing in your pockets.
The results aren't necessarily affected by how you played that night. But over the month, over the year, over the course of a career, they will be.
Absolutely. But in one session, there is no justice in poker.
50-50.
All right, so we're going to get a raise here by Jarrett with the ace-8 off the 17. Garen with the real hand. Action here on Mac first on the button.
Mac says, "Man, I want to see a flop, but 17, he's in there."
Three ways to this flop.
There's
Boom.
the 3. Oh, more trouble for Garen all night. He's up against it.
I think Garen's going to lose some money in this one.
Mac flops, bottom set, gets checked to, fires out.
Garen's going to make the call here, as we expected, heads up.
All right, king of diamonds. That's going to. Garen shouldn't be putting any raises in this hand now, so that'll help him lose less.
Yeah, he's definitely should still be calling, just like we said.
Great card for Mac to continue firing as well here. A lot of times your opponent picks up king, queen, and then you get check raised all in, and you get to stack them off right here. Sometimes they have hands like ace 10 of clubs, ace jack of clubs, 9 10 of clubs, all these flush draw, straight draw combos that aren't folding for any size, so we want to go large. Mac goes 60 into, what was it, 60 into 80?
80, yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Like that sizing from Mac.
Garen, nice fold.
Big fold from Garen. Really well done. Close to a hero fold. All Mac did was bet the flop, fire that king on the turn, and
Garen thinks he's good on the flop. That king shouldn't change too often.
Yeah, like maybe king X,
king,
club,
queen,
club is it.
Yeah, and
but when you're putting them, when you start putting them on the exact hands, it gets a little dicey.
Garen's showing us his chops here now after that early cooler.
Yeah, that looked bad from the start, and Garen getting away, losing the minimum there. Well done. Mac going to be upset to see that the king cost him so much money on the turn.
Garen's going to go ahead and straddle this hand. Blinds go ahead and give him a call. Eden continues to call these straddles with bad preflop hands out of position. Seems to do that a lot with 5-6, 8-9 a couple times. But we're 5 ways to do a flop. Ace, ace, king. Jamie's got the best hand with the only king. No aces out there. But probably not too much action going to be going around. Bets it and takes it. Gigawatt checking in. Thanks for joining us on the Twitch. Austin's going to go ahead and raise it up here with the ace queen to 12. Tony's in it with his suited
My
king.
agent called, said I ain't getting enough FaceTime, man. Make sure you get it just right. I got you.
Jack 9-8, 2 clubs. Austin going to check his. Tony's going to bet 18 with his middle pair. Got position. Go ahead and put a little pressure when he decides to check. Takes it down.
Yeah, someplace.
Doesn't let the better hand peel and lose.
I like what you
Saying I'll be down here August 21st, third on the list. All right.
Like, I understood why they did it.
Here we see the ups and downs of the evening. Jamie and Mac on top, and a little over 400 each.
Tony having a good little win there too. Eden's going to raise it up to 10 with a mystery hand here from under the gun.
We get to play along at home here.
I like it.
Under the gun range. We're going to get a 3-bet from Richie. It's a 30 with the 2 kings. Looks like Jarrett's going to call the 30 from the big blind here with king 9 off.
It's just one's looking for a win a big pot, I guess.
And now Eden deciding what to do after he raised under the gun.
Richie's pretty short stacked here. He's only started the hand with $90.
Interesting play here from Jarrett. Ace 10 2.
Not
diamonds.
what Richie wanted to see here. He was clearly looking to shove his stack in on this flop. Now he's not too happy. Jarrett's wisely going to check his king 9 off.
He's putting chips out there.
Now you got checked around on the turn to 6.
40 on the turn. Can this somehow take it down?
If Eden folds, it might get through.
Richie with the 2 kings.
Oh, here's the chip stacks are off here. He has way more than $60. He's got 400 in front of him. Betting into 2 people, including the pre-flop raiser, looks strong. So he might somehow pull it off here, but he has to pull a second bet potentially.
Jarrett cold called a 3-bet, so he's supposed to have pretty strong range. Can he fire one more? I think one more shell could.
I believe one
get
more shell.
Richie to lay these kings down.
Have to
There's
be a
the
nice
shell.
one. Have to be a nice shell though. 170 in the pot. What's he
Looks like
decide?
it's 60, rather small, especially when Richie just called 40. Let's see what Richie does here.
The old value bet bluff, or just hoping he has the flush and missed?
Feels like a hope. Close the eyes and see what happens type situation.
Yeah, you gotta be thinking what you'd be
Oh,
betting
it's
with
gonna
an
get
ace.
through. Wow.
It does get through.
The 60 is going to get through after Richie did call 40 on the turn.
Wow.
Jarrett, unconventional way to win a pot. Well done.
Surprised I got through with a $6 bet, but it worked.
A lot of people just lose their small blind or a big blind in that hand. Jarrett takes a big one down.
Hey, if you're going to be calling with that, you definitely have to have the capability of making moves. So hats off to him on that one. It's always crazy, Daniel, in the YouTube chat. It's always crazy. Either the play or whatever comes out of me and Eddie's mouth. One of the two. Max going to bump it up here to 15 with the queen 10 off. Gets the king jack and the ace 10 to come along.
Jack 3-3. Richie out in the lead here.
Jarrett's got the nut flush draw. Nothing from Max. someone else puts this money in the pot, he's going to be getting out.
So these guys are going to go at it again. Mac won't be continuing. There's the club.
No waiting.
Richie without a club here, so
Definitely like
one of the
to see a
worst
check
turns for
back.
him.
And he does.
Jarrett's going to try to get a little value here. It's hard to represent a lot of bluffs here because what are you going to call the flop with?
Right, that's what why you almost have to have a smaller bet
you either
size
have
here.
a jack or a 3 or a flush.
I would like the smaller sizing here because with him checking back, it looks like a jack so often as well. Like it looks like Richie has a jack, and it looks like Jared doesn't have a flush. I mean, doesn't have a bluff. So in order to get called on this spot specifically, I think you should have gone with a smaller sizing.
Yeah, agreed. When your hand looks super strong, you're not going to get paid off super light. So in order to get paid off at all, you need to size down.
As we say that, Richie does decide to call.
Disregard everything we're talking about. Value up, size up at every time. Remember, you're playing 2-2. Nobody knows what's going on here. Just bet. They're gonna call. Jarrett taking down back-to-back pots off Richie here. Richie's left shaking his head. That was my seat half an hour ago. I'm not happy about the switch. Scott Strickland in the Facebook chat says, is there a list for this game? I want to be on TV. The list is short. Come on down. I think there were just a couple on it when we got started, and we've already taken one from the list and got him in here. By the time you're here, could be a seat open. Jarrett's going to 3-bet from the button this hand. 2 queens. He's going to 3-bet to 50. Action on Garrett, who opened up to 15 with 2 9s. 35 more here. About 8 or 9% of his stack. He's going to make the call. Oh, troublesome flop for Guerin. Again, just finding himself in trouble. 6-5-3. By no fault of his own, the card's just setting him up a little bit tonight. See if he can wiggle his way out of here. Jarrett bets 75. Guerin quickly folds the overpair. Big fold. Another good hero fold from Guerin. Really staying out of harm's way here with some nasty, cooler type scenarios. Got another button straddle going on here.
Cashmere Donk, as usual, begging for pain in the Twitch chat.
Mac, ace queen of diamonds here from the small blind. First to act as there was a button straddle. Makes it 12.
Guerin in there out of the big blind with the Jack 8 suited. Jared getting spicy here. 3-betting to 45 with the King 5 offsuit.
Okay. Okay. Garrett on a little heater. Going to go for it here after winning 3 hands in a row. Going to 3-bet the King 5.
Bluffs aren't going to work all the time.
Mac and Guerin going to make the calls here from the blinds. Jarrett still with position. Jack 10-8.
All spades.
Word to the wise. These are terrible flops to try to bluff, guys. Even when you have King 5, nothing, no equity. You're just not going to be getting a lot of folds on the Jack 10-8 all
monotone
spade flop. It's just so likely for this to miss two opponents' calling ranges. There's just so much out there that have to peel a street, or a lot of hands that can check raise you. So a lot of times you're just lighting money on fire with this C-bet.
Aaron going to jam it in here. He does.
Here's one of them check raising hands. Jack 8, a lot of two pairs, all the two pairs on this type of board. That's why, you know, it's tough to do it. All the two pairs, all the sets, a ton of flushes, a ton of straights that people want to get money in as quick as possible so another fourth spade don't come. Just
at this point, Jared's just Hollywood, and we know he's folding, but he doesn't want the table to know for 15 more minutes what he had.
Yeah, he wants Garen to
sweat.
Feel some pain here for a minute, but.
And I love it. Make Garen sweat. Make him feel the pain.
Yeah, because with two pair here, you're never that comfortable. Even when you're called in your head, you're very susceptible to everything. You're susceptible to two overcards with one spade. Finally, Jarrett makes the fold. We're going to get on to the next one.
Garen shows a jack.
He shows him one.
Oh, now he shows him two. He didn't show you his King 5. Don't throw him your Jack 8.
Jarrett went for the heat check there and found out he's cooled off a bit. James Call in the Facebook chat says, I mean, he does have no showdown value.
Sure, that's what I was saying. I was just figuring I didn't stop.
Well, usually when you have no showdown value, you're going to bluff. Can't bluff a guy that's all in.
Just because you have no showdown don't mean you have to bluff. There's some that we don't have to, especially on flops.
Scott asking when they usually run these live streams. It's been going almost every Wednesday. The full schedule is on bestbetjacks.com, and you can see how to sign up for the games there as well.
Yep, I know there was Vathana in the YouTube chat was asking how do I get into these games as well. Bestbetjacks.com. Hit up the live stream dates, and then right up under there you'll know they'll prompt you who to email. Click on that link, send you right to it.
Looks like we got 3 ways with the blinds and the button.
So we can talk about you. Check, or raising the King 5 pre-flop. James Call says 100% sarcasm. I don't believe it.
Garen bet that flop? No, Mac bet the flop and Garen called.
Mac's going to bet that river and take it down.
Yeah, that run out. Hard for Garen to continue and call with just a jack there.
Interesting there. Mac's deciding to bet the flop, check the turn, fire the river there. Mac really navigating very well tonight. Up about a buy-in.
Yeah, definitely doing well. Showing us why he's here all the time.
Yep.
You call.
We got another button straddle here. Garen gets the best of this flop, heads up.
Mac kind of hit the Garen on the end.
Garen
check down.
does no protection, no value of his hand, and ends up losing it. Doesn't lose any more money, though, so Mac will take that with the 10 on the river.
Looks like we're losing Tony. Tony booked himself a nice little win.
Yeah, Tony was in the top 3 at the time of him leaving now, so nice little session.
There you go, grabbing another one off that alternate list.
As you can see, Kurt over there cleaning off the table and the chair, like we do every time. Everyone gets out of any seat in the building.
No, I don't even.
Doing everything we can here to be safe and clean for you guys.
Guys, we are going to do a best bet swag giveaway tonight at 9:30 for the Twitch viewers. We're going to run Nightbot, do a randomly selected keyword, give away your choice of either a best bet hat or a best bet T-shirt, and then we'll do another one at 10:30 and Facebook. We'll do a trivia question. So make sure you guys get locked and loaded. 9:30 Twitch, 10:30 Facebook.
You guys heard it from Dustin's mouth. 9:30 Twitch swag. Facebook 10:30. We will give you the keyword for Twitch in a little while.
Mac's going to bet 15 on this flop with his nut flush draw. It's going to get called, and now he turns open-ender.
Richie's got the...
Reasonable to assume he's going to continue firing, and he does. 64 in the pot. What's his sizing? 40? 45. I like it.
Yeah, puts the pressure on for sure.
It's going to make it pretty
Ace
tough.
Queen turns the double gutter with it. Calls 45 here.
He is going to make the call.
I had a feeling.
Ace high still good at the moment. Jack on the river. Tough card for Mac to continue bluffing. He blocks the flush draws, so he blocks a lot of folds that he would get. A lot of the hands I would call turn fold river, and now the top pair on the flop has just tripped up on the river. Wow, he's going to be upset to see that Richie just had ace queen, but I can't fault him for deciding to shut it down.
It's tough to fire another one there once you get called on that turn.
Richie had one of the few hands that we could have actually got to fold on that river.
It's a little unfortunate there, but works out for Richie. Got it under the gun limp here. Richie going to raise it up.
Looks like Richie's going to raise up the 2 7s. Heads up to the flop. Both players looking to flop a set. Neither do. Richie going to continue. 12.
That flop's definitely going to hit the pre-flop raiser's range way more than the caller, so going to want to c-bet there. Takes it down. A lot of times you don't even need to worry about the cards. You can just play your range, make the bets, and it works out.
No straddle this hand. Looks like Mac's going to open the 5-4 suited under the gun. He did not open. He opened limp. Excuse me.
Folds around to the blinds. 9-3 checks it. Jamie go ahead and checks his ace. Doesn't feel like raising that up. Max limped under the gun.
10-8-7.
Checks through, another 7 on the turn, gives Jamie trips here. He's going to bet it.
Not much going on. Eden does have a 9 for an open ender. He's going to call 10. 5 not going to change anything.
No, Eden's is going to check fold his hand there.
Jamie bets 10 more, looking to get a little bit of gas money, but Eden has to fold his 9 high.
Jamie just still chugging along, keeping grinding that graph right on up here for tonight. Looks like we got a under the gun straddle here this time. Oh, Garen's got the shaky leg, straddled under the gun. He must be looking for action.
Eden with the ace jack. He's going to raise it up. $15 to play. Not a lot going on out there. That 15 is going to take it on to the next.
Another button straddle here by Jamie. Mac and Garen both let the blinds go. She's going to make it 12 here with King Queen. Ace 9-10 flop, 2 spades. Check, check. 6 of hearts on the turn, bringing in the second flush draw. And pairs up Jamie. Now's the best hand. He bets it, and Richie just check folds his king queen.
Jamie's gonna bet that 6. Proud of it. Interesting line. Jamie decides to take there.
Yeah, you pre-flop raiser, you get an ace high flop, you just check, check, and
check,
give up.
Check, fold.
Just lost interest in the hand.
There's our alternate player coming in. Jumping right into the action here.
Bringing a full rack.
Jordan B is going to be our new player.
Oh, yeah, what do you call
Layer on in the Twitch chat says Garen wins a big pot. He should get up and adjust the shaky leg to the stanky leg. That's what I do in home games. Reminds me of one of the favorite players back in Daytona. His nickname was Stanky Leg. He literally would get up on the table and do the stanky leg dance. About a 65-year-old African-American man. Hilarious. And the greatest tipper you'd ever seen in your life.
Good for any game.
Oh, absolutely. Unlimited action. Max going to raise up his button here with the 8-5 suited. Heads up with Garen. Ace high flop. Mac bets his flush draw, and Garen lets it go. Maybe.
Not a bad flop to go ahead and see a turn. Not a bad hand for Garen has here.
Well, Garen called. Garen decided to float here with the backdoor clubs and the overs. Great turn card.
It's one of the cards that he could take some action here with. If Mac decides to continue, which he is. Wouldn't mind seeing Garen go for the check raise.
Yeah, I was just about to say this is
bet every river.
That range for the preflop caller is a great card. I would love to see.
Yeah,
we have so many outs.
We have all the straights here. You know, we have all the 2 pairs, all the straights. We put a lot of pressure on a lot of hands. Garen just decides to smooth call and then lead the river.
What is this bet? 100? Okay,
those
are greens. I thought those were 4 red chips.
If you're not going to check raise the turn, I don't necessarily
you're not
hate firing
repping too
this
much.
river.
Maybe a king high flush draw that hit the king.
You don't want
going
to
for value,
waste this hand completely. But if you are going to lead missed rivers, let's go ahead and just get that check raise on the turn.
Yeah, I definitely like the check raise on the turn. Then he'd have the perfect size to shove this river, and it makes it almost impossible for Mac to call here with one pair.
And with Mac's hand, he would have called the turn, so we would have got a little extra value, and then our river barrel would have worked. We'd have actually built the pot up a little more for ourselves.
I Want Techies says on Twitch he bet so fast, talking about Garen here on the river.
Yeah, he did grab him rather quickly, not a lot of thought.
And that was something I mentioned last week in the commentary that Angel might have picked up on sometimes on the live reads. But people just don't think and act really fast. It shows weakness.
Wow, Mac looks him up with an 8.
Yeah. Mac plays a lot of live hands.
Wow, what big call there by Mac.
Very good call.
Really well done.
Yeah. That's why I really would have enjoyed the check raise there by Garen on the turn would have gotten away with it there. But
yeah, 100%.
Mac here on the other hand shows us his chops as we've been seeing all night.
Mac is continuing really not to make a misstep. Playing very well, climbing up. He's up over, has over 1,000 now in his stack. Bought in for 500. So he's up over a buy-in now.
Got a bottom straddle, Chase.
Yeah, just like we were saying, if he was going to turn his hand into a bluff on the river, should have been
it's just
having the plan to raise it on the turn to where it's more believable.
Yeah, exactly. You want the most credibility, and the credibility comes from a check raise and then a river barrel. Like you have all the straights. Mac shouldn't have.
You have all the sets, all the straights.
You have all the 2 pairs, all the sets, all the straights. And really, you have everything. Whenever you're like uncapped in your range, which a lot of times you can be.
You want to be putting pressure
from the blinds. Just calling it open. You have to take advantage of that, and these spots where you can, get pots that are pretty big without the best hand, just on what your range should be, not even what your range is pivotal.
Hey, it's just like I was talking about 10 minutes ago. Sometimes you don't even need to worry about the cards. Just play your range. But cards help. Austin's trying to spike a set here with his 6s. Garen's straddled his button here.
Yeah, but you were playing that way before we knew what ranges were.
That just means I was way ahead of the game.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah. Like Ike Haxton, he had solvers before they were real.
The dream machine.
My mind was just that way. I just didn't know how to capitalize on it.
In your own way.
Yeah. Jamie's going to take the aggressive line here with the ace-6 off in the hijack. Gets a heads up with pocket 6s. Just like we said, this flop right here is a great range for the pre-flop raiser. So Jamie should be c-betting this when check 2.
And he does. Should get Austin to throw away his pocket pair rather quickly, and does.
Best bell half pot takes down. Gets the best hand to fold. Well played. On to the next one. All right, 10 minutes, Twitch chat. We'll be dropping that special word in here soon. Get ready. Make sure you're ready for that here. 10 more minutes.
Swag. Best bet swag.
Two to go.
That's what I'm hoping for. Raise. Beat all the teams. Now we're gonna
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds. 7 raises to 8.
Looks like Garen's got a little watch party rooting for him on Facebook, on Twitch. Some people from back home.
Nice.
Brother-in-law. Some of our buddies from the Fantasy Football League.
Hello to the watch party out there. See if we can get Garen a few pots here. He's been on the wrong end of it tonight. Been up against it. Even when you stepped out, he again flopped top pair against bottom set and was able, flopped 2 pair against a straight and ended up getting out of it with another good fold.
Nice. So he's played some hands very well. Just didn't think that one all the way through. Just didn't plan it all the way in advance. Like we said, you always have to have a plan for future streets. Know your stack sizes, the stack sizes of the players in the hands with you, and know exactly what you're going to be doing and what you're trying to accomplish with the bets. If you're if you're going to be bet folding, pick the right size. If you're going to be betting to induce a raise, whatever your plan is, you have to make it believable.
You want to be aware of how it looks to your opponent, right? And then shape it. You can manipulate his opinions with your actions. Top set here for Eden. Calls the 10s from the big. Leads right out.
I like that lead. Got to leave a little protection on that kind of flop.
Yeah.
That's going to hit a lot of people's
10,
range.
9, 4, 2 clubs. It's very likely for everyone to fold, so let's go ahead and build the pot when we can. Jack should hit a lot of the calling ranges. I'd have led that turn as well. A lot of queen jack type hands, jack 8 type
Really
hands,
bad
jack
river for
10,
Jamie
jack
here.
9.
Probably not going to get any more value. I mean, for Eden, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, that one's just going to go check, check. Luckily, he got a little bit of money on the flop from pocket 8s, honestly. Pocket 8s with no club. Probably should just be a muck right on the flop.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked the flop muck there. Actually, surprised the queen 9 would have been more of the call there.
Yeah, more
the better backdoors, and would have hit the backdoor straight there as well.
Yeah.
Cashmere's thinking the same thing. Where's the queen 9 go? E. McKenzie on YouTube. Thanks for joining us, bud.
3 calls, 4 folds, 7 and 8 fold,
Another
9 folds.
bud out there in Austin. Enjoying that Texas living. Appreciate the love. King and Deuces in the Twitch chat. For telling us we're better than average. Pros, definitely not me. This is my second time on here. Thankful they've had me. I'm a dealer here at Best Bet. Eddie, pro of many things over here. We got a queen high flop here, connecting with both players. Eden turns straight draw with his here, but queen 10 still remains the best on the river. Gonna go for a little bit of value here. Let's see what Eden does first. 55 in the pot. Jamie's gonna go ahead and get that value for 20 here. I like it. Nice bet.
Yeah, a little value there from the queen medium kicker. Must be done in this game like we talked about.
River value bets, where you're going to make a large majority of your money in these games. And don't be afraid to value on yourself every once in a while, like we said.
King of Deuce on Twitch says, who's winning the most? Who's buried? I believe Max winning the most. That's going to be our 4-seat. And 5-seat, Garen, I believe, is stuck the most at the moment. He ran into a nothing you can do cooler earlier, and then has lost a little bit of his second buy-in. Probably down around 6, 7. And Mac probably up about 5 or 6.
Yeah, we still got a little time here left for Garen to make up for it.
Garen opens the king queen to 12. Right behind him, Richie picking up 2 queens. It's not what we want to see. We're trying to get Garen's a couple wins here.
Small 3-bet here to 35.
Richie says, no. I got a watch party happening too.
Oh, not that small. Folding around back to Garen. Oh, Jamie, let's see here. Is he going to give him a little suited connector action? Garen hasn't been one to 4-bet, so decides not to peel. I like discipline fold.
No way you would have folded that, Eric.
Not me, because like I said, I know Garen was never going to 4-bet.
You would know it would be a discipline fold, but
I wouldn't make
couldn't do it.
That's why I said it was a discipline fold.
Garen makes the discipline fold, folding the king queen, knowing that Richie's 3-betting range, or at least believing Richie's 3-betting range has his king queen dominated, and rightfully so. So again, Garen in a spot where he could have lost more chips, loses seemingly the minimum.
Wonder if it's a little bit of gun shy, or if it's running into continual coolers, or if it's perfect play. We're going to go with the play. He's played very well tonight.
He's got a watch party. Of course, it's perfect play.
That's who I was talking to.
Yeah, Garen limps the 2 jacks this time, and it's going to get limped around.
Maybe he was just trying to be passive.
Jamie fires right out. It's probably a 9-high flop or a 7-high flop. Nope. 10-8-4.
Opening
everything else
flush
for
draw.
Jamie.
If Garen hits a set here, and that would just completely be a. Okay. Set misses, but he's not going to be able to raise here too often.
Jamie bets 60 on this river. I don't see
Not
us
to that
folding
bet.
after how we've under-ripped our hand the whole way here. I mean, Jamie's value betting this, thinking his 9 is good.
Man, where's this jack?
Jamie saying just what we were saying.
Garen makes the call with jacks. He's going to get him a win. There you go for the watch party.
Yeah.
Everyone drink.
See, just like we were saying there, Jamie was betting for value there, and he valued himself slightly because Garen trapped with his jacks.
Yeah, and actually the bet's perfectly fine. He bets a 9 because he wants to get looked up by a top pair on the flop, which was an 8. Garen, you know.
The flush draw missed, so it could easily look like a bluff. I like the bet. Garen just slow played those jacks and had him beat.
And got paid off a little bit for it. Like we said, if you're not value owning yourself from time to time, you're not value betting enough.
Austin waking up with the 10s here.
8 raises to 10.
Gonna raise it up to 10.
1 fold. Oh, you just already bought 3 calls. Folds. 6 calls. You got 3 players.
Dejan on YouTube rooting on his college friend Austin. Shout out.
So I'll check around on. Check around.
A6 out flopping everybody.
Flop gets checked around.
6 bets, 15. 8 calls. Yeah. 3 calls.
Everyone's coming along to this turn, or from this turn of the river. Jack, Garen the ace still the best. Got called in 2 spots though. He's still gonna
25.
make a small river bet here.
Fold C3.
About 1/3 pot. No one looks him up though, so he'll take another one down. Everyone back home cheering that one on.
Drink.
Oh, if they were drinking every time Garen took a shot tonight, they've had 1 Busch Light.
Listen, if they're having, if somebody's hosting a watch party, there better be some people drinking out there.
Folding around to the 6-4 spades here. Jared gets it going.
Serve the second one. 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 folds. Option 6 and 7. Both check.
GT Jack not even tipsy.
5 players.
It's been 2.5 hours. Where you been? What have you been doing, man? Got a King 8 deuce flop.
Check. 6 and 7 check.
Tighten up, Jack. Not your style.
2 folds. 3
Usually drinks the good stuff. Get it done quickly. Mariah White says hello E&E. Thank you, ma'am, for tuning in.
Hey, lady.
Glad to see you.
Check. 7.
All aboard the E-Train.
Choo-choo.
There you go.
Oh,
Choo-choo. That was a choo-choo question
That
mark.
was a baby choo-choo.
Choo-choo? You are watching
Garen takes another one down.
Best Bet Live from Jacksonville, Florida. I am Eddie Marskoski. This is Eric 1K Steinbaugh.
Hello, hello, hello. Thanks for joining us here all night long. You got me and Eddie.
2-2 no limit. $500 max buy-in, $100 minimum.
I'm trying to 4 to go.
We got the awesome Adonis, Jordan, and Dustin in the production team crushing it tonight.
Kirk and Chase are dealers tonight.
8 raises to 15.
Kurt's one of the newer dealers here,
1
but
fold.
is awesome.
2 folds.
Already on the stream.
Yep, good addition to the crew for sure.
Regular Wednesday night coming at you. Raises the ace jack, takes it down.
Sherry in the Facebook chat says, does your Sunday tournament start this weekend? The first Sunday tournament will be on the 9th. There will be each Friday the $160 noon tournament here every Friday of the month. And then on 3 Sundays this month, the 9th, 16th, and 30th, there will be $160 tournament.
Last week we had a player, she was
So a little more tournaments than last month. Hopefully the number will continue to grow and grow till we're back to normal. So if you're feeling for some tournament action, like I know a lot of you are, you're gonna get it this month. Just come on down. Again, that's every Friday at noon, and select Sundays. Those Sundays are the 9th, 16th, and 30th. Little tournament action.
All
right, Twitch chat. We're gonna pause your your swag drawing. We're gonna switch over to Facebook this time. So in a few minutes, they're gonna be asking a question. I'm gonna switch these times on you guys. Sorry about that. We're gonna ask the Facebook here a question, a little trivia question. First one to give us the right answer here in about 4 or 5 minutes will win. So be listening for that. It'll be coming up in the chat. Austin with 3 aces here.
All right, Mac just
no one's got much.
Burning 15 bucks with this 7-4 clubs turn bet.
Yeah, he was in position, took one stab at it.
Austin going to check it over to the 7 high. Mac not going to fall for that.
Nope, definitely a good time to shut down.
Yeah, it's one of those one and dones, you know. You don't have to go with it every time just because. James Call.
All right, no straddle this hand, so just 2. Folds to the button. Richie's going to limp with the king jack.
8 raises to 11. 9 calls. 1 calls.
Looks like Austin's going to open the ace queen from the button here to 11.
Going to get the king 10, the king jack, and the 8s to come along. 4 ways to this flop.
9 check.
Richie out in the lead with his jack and the king of spades.
7 checks.
Yeah, pretty good flop there
Really
for
got a
Richie.
stranglehold of on this one. 76%.
After this hand, the question will go up on Facebook. After this hand, Facebook, get ready. We'll be getting the trivia question. Another 7 here on the turn. Changes nothing in this hand.
Time to put some money out there, Richie, and he's doing it. Looks like he's going to bet 20. 20 into 44 here. Austin with the ace queen.
I think he's got to fold
gotta
here.
just let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you whiffed. You whiffed, sir. We're 4 ways. So unlikely for your hand to.
Yep, aggression just
be
takes
any
it down.
good. Richie's going to win it.
Best hand and the bet. Once again, if you're new to the show, make sure you're hitting those follow button, the like button. We got Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook all running. Make sure you get notified when we come on. All right, chats, get ready. Question coming in right now. First one to give us the correct answer will win. Who holds the record for the largest live poker tournament cash, and what's the amount?
4 makes it 15. 6 folds.
First one in is going to take it down.
7.
Sean Sorgi, thanks for watching, buddy. Appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, Sorgi was on the stream with us last week. Got on a little late, so couldn't get in too much action, but
Got a little action on at the end.
Ace going through, that's a 50. 9 folds.
Scott says he emailed his way for the seat to get on this game here the next couple weeks. Good luck, bud. Hope to see you up here.
Mac opens ace queen. Richie calls 9-7. Austin 3 bets ace queen. And Mac and Richie are going to fold.
I really wanted to see him flop there.
Won't be able to see the flop in 15 minutes. Yeah. Right.
Looks like we have a winner for our chat. Martin Bagley, sorry, Antonio Esfandiari for 18.5 million.
That's right. Some players are
very odd. Some people had John Sen for $74 million a couple years ago.
Two people put John Sen winning $74 million.
Somebody's been messing with Wikipedia for sure. Especially because I was at that final table live when he won that.
It wasn't that much.
My buddy Tony came in second and
got to roll into that deal.
Definitely did not get close to that amount.
Playing for $70 million.
All right, looks like Eden's going to go ahead and raise up the ace-jack here.
Wayne, who was one of the people that put $74 million, says, damn Google. Google got two of you guys. It wasn't just you, Wayne.
Yeah. Ace-jack's going to go ahead and c-bet here with the 2 overs in the flush draw. Richie with the 5s. Comes along for one here, it looks like.
He'd be different if he was a joke. By the time we're like, but in another 20 years, they're gonna have international tiebreaker with how they break innings, and they'll be doing all sorts of shit like speed of the game because it's not interesting enough for people. It's like I like the extra
Sorry, graphics a little behind here. So let's catch up. Richie does end up laying down the 5s here. Looks like he check raised it.
You can pinch run.
Is that only for this season?
Eden called, and ace comes on the turn. Takes it down with the bet.
I think Martin was our Scotland viewer.
Oh,
so
nice.
Scotland getting some best bet swag.
Haven't made it to Scotland yet.
No.
Made it to Ireland. Me and Eddie were also supposed to go to Ireland in March when we got stranded in Amsterdam. Had to make our way back to Florida.
Tough life, stranded in Amsterdam.
On that TV. Don't know if I care about the Dodgers. Oh, yeah, that Braves on this one on the channel.
Good to go.
Martin, we'll Facebook message you and work out the details.
Garen picking up 2 A's now. Watch list party. Get ready. Makes it 10 under the gun here.
4 is going to come along.
Yeah, it's interesting. We got 4 players here. C3 and 4 call. There's a different ball game.
Both Jamie and Mac are going to come along from the blinds. Ace, 8-3. Top set here for Garen. Rainbow flop. He's going to check. It's going to get checked around, and there's the money card.
That's what we wanted.
That is going to. So these guys are about 360 deep. I don't see how it's not going to get all in here.
Especially no flush draws out there.
Rainbow board. Garen finally bets his set. 16. Austin smooth calls his set of 4s. To the river we go.
King of diamonds. Complete blank. Nothing changed.
I think Jamie was in there too with the 8-9. Garen bets 40. Now here comes the big raise from Austin.
Let's see. Pot's 130. Garen bet 40. He's got 340 in his stack. I think he's going to go big here, like 150.
At least. I mean, you can,
170?
He can just. Let's see. Jamie's got 850. Yeah, you can just. Pretty big here. Not that large.
It's about 150. 140.
140.
I would have liked a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen just saying the words all in when you got hands this big.
Well, that's definitely what Garen's going to be saying.
Even if Garen jams on him after this 140 bet, it'd be super hard to fold set of 4s here.
Yeah, but you also want to get called, so not many people are going to hero double pot shove with 1 pair. But Garen's definitely going to be saying those words, I believe.
Yeah, I think Garen definitely is going to.
And he's going to get called.
This 350 in there.
And see the good news. Nice double up for Garen
Austin
on the right side of a cooler this time.
Austin makes the quick call.
Unfortunate for Austin there. Just
yeah,
Garen made the right check.
Another situation.
That's definitely one of those flops where you're going to want to check and let exactly what happened happen. When you have all of it, sometimes you just have to check, even if you want to see bet so badly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did talk about earlier about getting more money in on each street, but obviously some scenarios like this one where you flop everything and there's just not a lot of hands that can even call a bet when you bet, it more advantageous to check and let somebody catch up. So Garen's watch party getting drunk now as Garen doubles up.
Yeah, and just unfortunate for Austin there.
Garen's going to be hovering right around even in this game. He got coolered early.
Yeah, and he was only in for 400 in his first buy, or 300 his first buy-in, I believe.
Oh, so he's definitely going to be up now for sure.
I believe he's only in for about 7.
Yeah, he bought in for 4 the second time. He only came in for 3. Are we sure he only came in for 3?
Hey guys, we're gonna go ahead and run that Twitch chat giveaway here. The keyword, the keyword's gonna be exclamation point, capital D, negs. So I'll go ahead and put it in the chat so you know what it looks like, and just start sending those in. We're gonna randomly pick somebody in a couple minutes.
492 total.
A couple minutes and we're gonna roll it. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat for you guys, and that's what you're looking at. So go ahead and get those rolling. Get ready. Get after it. If you want it, go get it.
Yeah, 392.
You heard the man. You heard Adonis. The key word in the Twitch chat is exclamation point DNEGS. Go ahead and throw that in there. Everyone that gets that word in there will get thrown in a randomizer for the winner.
Dustin Seymour on Facebook chat says Garen's birthday was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was. Dustin Seymour, remember my oldest friend from last week is Garen's brother-in-law.
There you go. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
That's why we keep you around. Half the viewers are your friends.
I mean, it helps. It's all about who you know in this world, right?
There you go. Everywhere. It's like Mac's going to open the ace-queen to 15 here from the small blind. I think this was a button straddle.
Yep. 4 ways to a flop here. A couple suited connectors and some face cards.
Queen 10-6, all clubs. Mac with the ace of clubs as well.
We've had so many monotone flops tonight.
Yeah,
it's been incredible.
Flush City. Mac leads right out, 30 into 62.
Richie's got the open ender with the jack of clubs. He's coming along.
6 of diamonds, no change.
Yeah, I definitely would like another bet here at Mac.
Another nice bet by Mac. Pot now at 122. We can size up, say
65 or so, yeah.
Mac
he goes 80, even a little bigger.
Looks like Richie's going to look him up here.
He's only got 240 in his stack, calling off 80 here, only a third of his stack.
Club would be disastrous.
I mean, he's obviously not calling if he thinks the club is not good.
Right, that's what's going to be hard to hit the club and then somehow fold after you've called all the way down.
Ooh, and this could be a bad card for Richie with the size of the pot. If Mac shoves here like I expect, yep.
Oh, you're right.
Jack
of Hearts actually gives Richie a pair of jacks now. He's beating some bluffs.
Exactly.
If Mac has a hand like
Ace King, or not Ace King, but Ace
9
10
with the Ace of Clubs or something.
Yeah, Ace 10 with the Ace of Clubs.
Just a naked Ace of Clubs. This jack just now made Richie good. He's mulling it over here. He called 80 on the turn now. He's only got 160. Graphics say 160. I'm trying to look into the stack, see if I can see exactly
what it is. I believe that's right.
Got 1 stick of dynamite behind his right hand there. He makes the call.
Now, like I said, just like we were talking about earlier with having the plan for the hand, he calling off 130 your stack there, knowing the size of the pot, and what you're going to call the river with. You have to know if a jack comes, am I going to call it? because you've priced yourself in. If you think that's in your winning range.
Calculating your outs on the turn. If you're calling 80, you got to think, well, I can only call 80 if I think my jack is good, if I think my king is good, my ace, my 9. Mac again played that one masterfully.
Got max value.
Raised pre-flop and bet every single street, and even on a run out where a lot of top pair hands get beat. Like he has ace queen, so if his opponent has queen 10 or queen jack, the turn and river was 10 and jack, so he could be beat. But again, and he could have value on himself. But again, you got to go for it sometimes. You got to be willing to value on yourself, because you might get paid off by some guy who rivered middle pair. Like we just seen there.
Congratulations to Hatch Thunder in the Twitch chat for taking down that giveaway. Hatch Thunder, I'm going to be sending you a DM with some specifics on how to get your Best Bet merchandise. Once again, congratulations. You wanted it. You went and got it.
Congratulations for the Twitch winner, Hatch Thunder. Everybody loves swag.
Heads up here. Action flop. Ace, ace, 3, 2 hearts. Jarrett's got the 9, 7 of hearts. And Eden's flop trips. Jarrett's doing the betting. 15. Eden flats. Quick check from Jarrett on the turn. Now Eden gonna try to get a little more money in here with his trip aces. 25. Jarrett gonna see a river.
Yeah, not enough to scare Jared away. He wants to find a heart.
Queen of diamonds on the river. And leaving Jarrett with just 9 high here on the end. He hasn't checked yet. Is he thinking about making a move? Nope.
Unless it's a fancy move with a little check raise, but
unlikely. Looks like Eden's going to try
every
to get
time he's bluffed,
here.
he's been leading. He hasn't checked raise yet tonight, so.
And yeah, these boards are just tough too. Like, the guy has too many ace X in his range and he isn't folding.
Jarrett was a pre-flop raiser though, so he might try, but as expected, check fold. Took the one shot at it. Didn't get there. Ronnie on the YouTube, is this game in a separate room than the other cash games? It's in the same room, just off to the side, in a separate little production area with the lighting and rails and special table and cameras set up. Awesome waking up with the ladies here in the big blind. Garen's going to, looks like, give us some action with the 4 deuce of diamonds here on the button.
Yep, straddled the button. Going to definitely defend the 4 deuce suited. And that's why jack, deuce, deuce.
Cha-ching.
Watch party. Grab your beverage.
Austin obviously thinking he's got the best hand. Going to see bet here for 15. I like just the call here by Garen. Another undercard to the queen. Bad news for Austin. Starting to run into it here against Garen.
Like Garen checked out of turn. Oh, and now Austin's going to bet. And here comes the raise.
He might have just asked if he checked. He might not have checked out of turn.
I think
I'm not sure.
He's just going to smooth call again, playing it coy.
Low card.
I didn't want to see a club. That's going to scare Austin some.
But I still like a big bet here.
I would have really liked to see a raise on that turn.
Yeah, definitely got to pressure those big hands. Yeah. If he's got it, he's going to make. You got to build that pot up.
And you can look like you have a flush draw. Look like you have a jack with some clubs. Now this river lead for 40 is never going to get raised.
He's going to get called though, but he could have won a much bigger pot by raising the turn. Just like Eddie was talking about earlier, it's the got to build that pot certain times, and that would have been the perfect time. But Garen will take another 3 digits into the profit margin. I think it might have got him into the black for the night.
Yeah, another take a drink watch party. Garen's watch party getting drunk. Let's take a look and see how these guys are doing tonight. See Mac up the most, 820 after that. After that big all-in with Richie. Austin down 800, running up against it. Garen
says he's up 650. I'm not sure if they added that extra $400 rebuy in there or not, but he's definitely back in black.
Yeah, he's in for 7. Jojo in the YouTube chat, thanks for joining. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Queen high. I'm just going to check down here, take it. Maybe he does have that big of a stack. Can't really tell. We'll see. But either way, no straddle this hand. Ready to go. Let's see some action here. What we got? Mac, he's in there. Ace-8 suited, raising it up.
Garen's brother Jory commenting in the Facebook chat saying we got Garen's name spelled wrong.
I know, I was leaving it there. Endless trolling of Garen. Garen flats the 10s here. The ace king 3 bets. Gets it heads up with Garen. Queen high flop. Expect a check call here by Garen.
Richie betting 50 here. 55.
They're sharing it.
Garen's going to just fold the 10s there to one bet.
I was not expecting that. I expected at least one call. Only one overcard. Got to see what happens there on the turn. And appreciate the compliment to go along with it, Jory.
Nicole says, get that name right. That's right. Guy's up here winning some money. It's got a watch party going on. Let's get it right.
It's spelled Garon, but how's it pronounced? Garon? That's why you got to have that one R in there. I understand.
Garon?
Well, he's going to raise it up to king 9 of diamonds here to 10. Jarrett's going to go ahead and get saucy with it with the 10-6 off out of the small.
Saucy?
Yeah, why not?
Spicy's brother.
Eating with mystery cards.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting a 3-bet here from the blind.
I like it. We can play along. Got to get those cards back into the box for us.
Crazy daisy.
Three bets of $32.
From 8 to 32.
Garen throwing the 4-bet out here.
Okay, Garen gonna make it 90 now with the king 9 of diamonds.
Said he will not be pushed around.
We are getting spicy. That's a 4-bet, folks.
I will point out this is the first time Eden has 3-bet all night, and he's 3-betting out of the big blind.
Yeah.
So he should be on the higher end of his range
very
here.
Strong, yeah. Should be very strong. Not likely to fold, especially with how deep they are.
Yeah, wouldn't necessarily pick this spot to 4-bet. But aggression gets paid off a lot of times, so we'll see how this hand plays out.
There you go.
Must bet on the bottom.
Look at that, the 4-bet getting through.
I like it. Like I said, aggression gets rewarded. Wish we knew what Eden had. But that was also the first 4-bet we've seen in the night, so he could have been overfolding.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, that deep, I'm not 3-bet folding for 60 more too often out of the blinds.
I mean, unless you just got complete trash, unless you're just messing around.
Yeah, even if you're doing it with 5, 6, or 7, you're set mine in at that point.
Maybe he chose the 7-3 off instead of.
Got a little frisky like the King 5 earlier. Just said nah.
Maybe he's using one of the classics in there on the bottom 10.
All right, we got 10-8 of clubs. Richie raising it up here to 10. Jarrett comes along with the suited connectors on the button.
Ace, Jack, 3, 2 clubs.
Definitely a flop Richie's going to c-bet into with the flush draw and the lead.
That's 15, and Jarrett calls with his 3.
Turns the open-ended here, Richie. Definitely a card he should be barreling again here.
Absolutely.
Put a lot of pressure on one pairs. And
let's bet 35 at least again.
Yeah. Looks like got a good 40 or so here. 35?
35, good bet.
Yeah.
Should be enough to get a 3 out the way, you would assume, yeah, as it does.
Well played. Like we said, got to have this play in certain turn cards, especially right there, that 9. It's definitely one you're going to be firing that second bullet with. Don't worry, Jory. I can say Cootin.
John Hurston on the YouTube chat. Shout out from Houston, Texas, showing up. Appreciate you for joining in.
I didn't get to play in Houston last time I was out in Texas. Played a little bit in Austin. Visited some family in Houston, but didn't get the chance to play it right then. But actually, that's why it was closed down when I was there. It was when those Houston rooms shut down, but Austin was still up. They were a little worried, but ended up not shutting down. So now I remember why.
Mac gonna knuckle the 2 deuces in the big.
3 ways to the flop. Blinds in the button.
Flop gets checked around rather quickly. Turn Jack of Hearts gets checked around as well. Looks like this one's gonna get checked all the way down. Eden's 5 is gonna win.
Wins a tiny pot. Yeah, generally everywhere I travel, there's a poker room there and I play. Pretty fortunate that there's so many rooms across the world.
Looks like we got a button straddle here. Mac's gonna limp the small blind with the 9-7 of clubs.
Garen doing the same with the suited ace-10 in the big blind.
Austin gonna raise up the ace-jack. 20 to play. Mac with the 9-7 is gonna see a flop. Garen with his ace-10 is gonna see a flop.
Oh yeah, everyone's gonna be calling at this point.
Richie, to close the action, is gonna put 16 more in. We're gonna go 4 ways here.
Nice pot for somebody starting up.
Jack 9-3, 2 hearts. Austin flops top after raising pre-flop. Garen flops nut flush draw.
Richie's got a gutter, and Max got second pair, so a little bit of something for everybody.
Yeah, a little something for everyone here. The most for Austin.
Best draw for Garen.
That's right. You see Garen is most likely to win this hand at 39%. even Austin, who has Garrett or Garen dominated.
That'll change once everyone starts folding, though.
There we go. Austin back up.
All right, we get heads up to a turn here. You see all Garen's outs rolling up across the top. He probably thinks the ace is won, but that wouldn't be one of the ones he wants to hit here.
5 of clubs ain't going to do it. Austin checks it back.
Definitely not a fan of that check back by Austin.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe turn card. We can continue betting for value with
all the hands that are calling you on the flop, all the draws,
all the hearts. We have no hearts. So
they're not improving. That's one of the best turn cards you can get.
yeah,
so you've got to charge them.
You're saying put the 5 of clubs on the turn, like before the card comes.
Yeah, King of Deuce says Austin's a little gun shy because he's been smacked around there.
Yeah, he has. It's been a rough going for him so far. He's been up against it as well. You know, sometimes that happens. You've been smacked around a few hands in a row. You get a little gun shy. It's only human to affect you a little bit. Of course, in poker, we got to fight all those urges and try to kick all the emotion out of it. Play as logically and as strategic as possible.
Yeah. So the most important hand is the one you're playing. The next most important hand is the next one. Can't worry about anything else but the one you're playing. Got ace queen versus king 10 here. Surprised Richie checked that back. It's pretty standard c-bet on that flop.
Check turn's going to go check as well.
Oh, I guess Eden was a pre-flop raiser, so Richie checked it to him. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, Richie's
going to check all the way down. Ace queen going to take it. Like I said, tonight we got our $300 high hands every 30 minutes and our cash games going until midnight. You still want plenty of time to come on down here and check out all this action for yourself. Current bad beat, we got Texas Hold'em just over 21,000, 10,000 for stud, and Omaha over 17,000. So come on down. Looks like we got another straddle here. Richie's gonna come call the 2 extra bucks with the ace queen suited.
Got some hands out here now, Eric.
Yeah. And Richie's slow playing it, so let's see how he chooses to play it when someone else raises.
Eden's going to raise it up with the ace-jack to 15. Karen's going to come along from the straddle, and Richie's going to defend as well.
Bunch of aces. And the worst ace gets the best flop.
Karen flops a nut flush draw again. Deja vu.
When they checked you here, I don't hate this one.
Yeah, I definitely like this bet. And he missed the last one, so doesn't that mean he's going to hit this one?
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
50-50.
That's what 50-50 means, right?
He didn't hit it last time.
Yeah.
Of course you're going to hit it this time.
I mean, it's good strategy. Worked out.
There you go.
He got the fold. But he just wasted his flush, though, so he might miss the next one.
I think he's going to hit the next one.
Okay. 50-50.
He just made it to where he's going to hit the flush every time he has a flush draw now.
Oh, I got to learn how to do that.
Had the shift on, everything was working right. He didn't have to rush. He had plenty of time there. How short he
All right, we got some people rooting for Austin there. Happy for him to see him win a pot. Richie going to raise up king, queen of diamonds here on the button. So both the blinds go ahead and call. Ace 4 and 5-4. 5 hits a pair. Richie still got the 2 overs, straight draw and backdoor flush draw, so he's going to go ahead and continue here with 15. And everyone gets rid of it, takes it down. So Eddie, what poker destination are you looking most forward to when this all opens back up?
Great question.
Obviously, this is your homeroom. You love playing here, but other destinations?
I tell you what, I haven't really been, like fiending for some action. I've been enjoying my time off, but when I see clips of Vegas just randomly on TV or people posting something on Facebook or something, that, you know, I miss it. I miss it. I didn't get my Vegas fix this year.
Yeah,
I'll be
I feel
happy
ya.
when Vegas is open fully back up and people are going out there and there's the shows and everything. Because, you know, it's one of my favorite places to go. You know, anywhere in the world. So Vegas. I'll be happy to hit Vegas again.
I definitely see that. Definitely missing it this summer. This last 2 years in a row. Been at the final table with friends on there. You know, should have been the third year in a row with some Central Florida guys.
Yes, it should have.
But so we got a river here. The 7-8 back doors into the nut straight after turning the flush draw. Ace King, though, did not hit anything. Probably won't get too much action unless he lets him bluff it. Let's see what Jordan decides to do with the nuts here. $60 in the pot. Looks like he's going to go for big. Oh, 30. Bets half pot. Thought those were 2 green chips, but
he didn't want to look him up here with his ace high.
trying to hero call. Think he might just have a missed straight draw, missed flush draw.
Straight draws missed, clubs missed. Yeah, but not this straight. This straight
Not
draw
all the
pink.
straight draws. Just the one you didn't see. It's the only one that's there. Last summer, we definitely had a blast in Vegas. I was there with Garen, too. We went to show Opium together, hung out, had a good time on the strip.
Yeah, Vegas is unlike any other place in the world, especially if you're a poker player. I don't know how you just don't love it.
But you gotta love it. You gotta let it love you back. You can't take advantage of it, or you will be hurting.
Oh yes.
Can't go too hard. Said no one ever that goes to Vegas.
Yeah. Kind of their motto.
Looks we got a heads up flop here. Ace 10 versus 5s.
Richie opening the ace 10 pre.
It's a big c-bet here. 20 into 28.
Austin gonna look him up with his 5s.
Doesn't believe him. And if he doesn't believe him on the flop, that turn's not going to change much.
Our Facebook winner, Martin Bagley, says it's 3 a.m. here, guys, in Scotland, so he's going to call it a night. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on your win.
We'll be back next week. Hope to see you again.
I like this bet by Austin here. If you think you got the best hand, the 5s especially need some protection. Very vulnerable hand.
Yeah, Richie with his open end is going to definitely come along.
Got about 140 in this pot going to the river.
If Austin can fade this river, he's going to have a nice pot. If he does fade it, it goes check, check. Austin's going to be proud to flip over them 5s.
And taking the lead on the turn got him a potential check on that river. So not having to face a bet.
Yep, absolutely. He knows, okay, I can bet this street because there's a lot of hands that are draws that he has to call with. But I can't bet the river because there's not a lot of hands he can call that I beat.
Yep, very well played hand by Austin there.
Garen picking up 2 queens.
Should be raising this one up to 15.
15 to go. I think this is just a regular unstraddled pot, so this is a large open.
Yeah, early position. He didn't want to price too many people in, I guess.
Jordan with the 4s is going to come along, and Jamie with the 9s is going to smooth call from the big blind.
Like we had an exposed burn card there, 5.
Uh-oh.
9 high flop. What a bad news for Garen. Watch party. Watch out.
9 high flop. Disastrous for Garen with his 2 queens. Still got to think his hand's best. He's going to fire 25.
65.
Gets raised. Jamie not slow playing this.
Jamie's going to raise. I like the raise here. Garen opened large pre-flop, so we should think he has a better than usual opening hand, which a lot of those are big pairs. And if he does have a big pair, he's not going to be folding on this 9-high flop, especially with the two spades out there.
Wow.
But he does actually fold the queen.
Hero fold. Garen with some great folds tonight.
Third hero fold for Garen, getting out of harm's way. Now, honestly, these look like great folds, and he's losing the minimum. If I was playing at this table, I would take notice of this, and I would just be raising him all the time. He's not continuing in check raised hands or in re-raise type situations with anything but monsters.
Yeah, any spot where he thinks might be marginal, he's just taking the
even
fold line.
Folding
So.
some monsters.
Yeah, any pressure almost. Any getting pressure back to him, he just doesn't want it.
Yeah, and we haven't, I mean, he's saved himself money tonight. He's been in some terrible situations and got out of. But overall, I would say be careful doing that too often. Luckily, he's just been up against it and getting out of harm's way. Very unfortunate for Jamie, up against two queens right there and can't get any more than 25.
Like Garen flop top pair here, but Jordan turned the flush. Garen was a pre-flop raiser. Check back that flop. And just gets rid of it.
Yep, pretty terrible turn for him. Hand went right into the trash can.
I don't know, he like panicked when she came up.
Yeah, I think if Garen's going to be over-folding, then he definitely should be over-betting those spots that we've been seeing him check on the river. Like those times we want him to go for value. So you definitely need to be doing that if you're going to be folding more as well.
Agreed. I think his just tendency is right now is
not lose money.
It's more towards passive, you know, like just he wants to know his hands best.
Yeah, he wants to strangle fold. But he's got he got unstuck. He's got to stack back, you know. Let's get this win.
He's definitely saved some money. Like these unorthodox folds have paid off for sure.
Absolutely. And he's played well tonight.
I mean, yeah, to hear him tell it, he's a genius. He'd be like, yeah, you know, I would call if my hand was good, I would call. But I knew I was no good, so I can check fold and bet 25 and fold.
Right. Jamie flops an open-ended here. We got Jordan with a pair and a flush draw. Nothing else for anybody, really. Maybe Eden, but we don't see his cards. Nope, he's out. Niner. Jamie turns the best hand with his 9 from his open-ender, but Jordan's still got a ton of outs. They both check. Rick out on the river, and Jordan's not going to try to bluff at it. He's going to realize he got turned and muck his hand.
Carlos in the YouTube chat says, do you have to sign up for the live stream game? Yep, if you go to jacksbestbet.com, find our live stream schedule, and down there will be a link to who you get in touch with, an email about what date and what game you want to play. And as soon as you do that, they'll put you on the list, and if there's not 8 already on the list, you'll be at the starting table of the live stream, and if there's a list, you'll be an alternate. And as people bust, you'll be next in line. You're watching Best Bet Live. I'm Eddie Marskoski, joined by Eric Steinbaugh here in the booth. Some 2-2 no limit hold'em, $500 max buy-in, $100 minimum.
We got a Twitch chat asking about the rake. Rake here is $5 max, 10%. $2 max jackpot. Like I said, tonight, next couple hours, got $300 high hands going every 30 minutes.
Jordan going to raise up the king, queen of spades to 15 here. Jarrett's going to come along with the ace, 9 of clubs. Garen definitely going to see a flop. 7-6 of hearts. And Richie going to come along as well. We're going to go 4-handed to the flop.
Yeah, I would prefer Richie just to let it go there.
Yeah, 100%. Especially to such a large open, right? It's a $2 game. It's 15. This is one of our larger opens of the night. We can definitely let go of the 4-gapper.
Yeah, with those very speculative hands, multi-ways, you're not going to realize your equity hardly ever. So
a lot of times they're just going to cost you money.
And you're going to be dominated so often.
Flop top pair with a jack, you just bleed off a little bit. Flop top pair with a 7, it's hard for a hand to hold up. It's just
like flop check through, but Jordan picks up trips here on the turn, bets it, and takes it down.
Again, 8, 9, 10 flop even can get you in a lot of trouble at times.
Yeah.
You get priority. Yeah, right. Alright, so we got a button straddle, hold to go.
All right, we got another button straddle by Garen here.
Pretty good.
Looks like we got a button straddle of 4, and Richie's going to raise it up from the small blind. Make it 12 with ace jack of clubs.
Never really had the power that he has now. Never. Think about it. He's a real deep and player. Yeah, he's very good.
A couple suited aces, heads up to the flop.
Big flop for Richie. 3 jacks.
Flops him dead to a chop.
No spade out there for Jarrett. Check, check on the flop. Deuce on the turn. Richie going to check again. Hope Jarrett fires something. Jarrett not falling for it.
Yeah, without the flush draw there, I think Richie should be betting there sometimes to try to get called by some draws. But when he's also got the clubs there, it's much less likely Jarrett's going to have anything to call with. So I don't mind the check there on the turn.
Yep, and a guy like Jarrett is probably going to bet that club draw anyhow, right? So
and got to try to let him catch something.
Yeah, bet or check. He's probably going to be betting.
Not one of the times to try to build the pot with a big hand, because there's just not much else they can have besides a king, and you would find out about that.
Yeah, he would be betting a king on the turn. He'd be betting flush draws on the turn. He has just some random bluffs that he would choose to bet.
It's hard though. Like technically, when it gets, you have to go off the sound at that point when it's that fast.
Jarrett's coming here with the queen jack of diamonds, going to limp in. And 4 players to the flop, checks around, so ace 7-4 rainbow flop. Little check around here, and 8 of spades on the turn, no help. 9-4, still the best hand with the bottom pair. Checks around again, another ace. Expect this to check through a lot as well.
Austin's gonna take it down with his 4.
Yeah. Monster pot.
Dodged everything.
Well played.
Austin watch party drink. Dickie Malone in the Facebook chat. What's up, buddy? Anything special going on this weekend at Best Bet? Well, I know Friday we do have our $160 tournament. Checking on the poker promotions as we speak.
When that first happened, when they did the live stream, they just made you put the phone up there. But now it's just kind of like,
Saturday, we have our $500 hands every 30 minutes from 10 to 6 and 8 to midnight. Last couple weekends, they've run it straight through, though, so make sure you get on in here. Sunday, they got the Dog Days of Summer continuing throughout a lot of August. $2,000 in Jacks and Orange Park from 12 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to midnight. And also 30 minutes high hands, $300 from 10 a.m. till midnight. So $300 every 30 minutes all day on Sunday, plus every 4 hours, an additional $2,000 for the best hand between both rooms. So that should be a fun, busy Sunday to get on everybody up here. And Saturday, 500 every 30 minutes.
Looks like Garen opens the King Jack to 12. Eden calls, and Jordan 3-bets to 30.
Didn't he have to pay? He had to pay him, right? Yeah, they had to settle something.
Garen gets out of the way, heads up.
Got away with
Craziest thing is like we're trying to figure out if you cheated, and then the judge says you did not cheat. You still less than 25.
You still owe the money back?
Yeah, like
Jordan's going to bet 25 here. Eden grabbing chips, doesn't want to go away with just one bet. He's going to make the call with his 2 8s.
The most important things to me. So he fought it because he.
Ace on the turn. Nope, neither player liked that one. If Jordan was bluffing, now he's likely hit his ace. Eden's thinking.
Goes check, check, and another ace here.
But he just settled with it.
Clubs missed, so Jordan makes a bet here for value, which he might. Small chance Eden makes the hero call here.
Yeah, I definitely like putting in a little bet here. Can't be nothing too big because
like
Eden can
50,
certainly have some queens in his
125 in the pot? 55?
Maybe even a little smaller, maybe like 40, 45.
Yeah.
Eden has been on one of our tighter players, although we did see him hero up with ace high not too long ago. Looks like he's going to hero this one too. He's grabbing calling chips. 55.
the thing about it is too is by settling with him, he's the type of player that's going to bring.
This is a spot a lot of people would check those jacks back after you got called on the flop. But the way the hand plays out here sometimes, you just got, like I said, we've got to go for value, and you might own yourself sometimes, but definitely like the betting for value here with the jacks.
Eden in a tough spot. He wants to fold, he wants to call, he don't know what's going on. He doesn't want to let this hand go.
Which a lot of times I think means you've made a good sizing choice. Because you want them right to make sure they can be right on the edge of calling.
Yeah.
He like told him what he wanted.
Yeah,
Minimum buy-in, Steve, on this game was 100 to 500 on this deep stack 2-2 game.
Well, you're too good at this. Yeah, exactly. But if he would have just played smaller, it would have been fine.
What do you think he's going to do? He's going to fold it or he's going to look him up?
Another 3 or 4 months.
I think he's going to call. I think he was wrong last time, so it's 50-50. So this is his 50, but he's going to be wrong this time.
I'm going to take the other side. I think he's going to let this one go.
Oh, okay.
He wants to call, but it's just been too long. He looking down at 2 red 8s.
They say think long, think wrong. He's like, but you could have all these missed draws.
You know what she's doing, right?
Yeah, you could have missed them again. Oh, good fold.
And he comes to the correct conclusion.
Yeah, she had like 10,000 hours.
Gets away from it. I think Jordan's going to show him here. No.
So if like he had learned to do it on his own, or
King of Deuce is asking on Twitch if dealers commentators are allowed to play also. Eddie can play anywhere he wants. He's not an employee of Best Bet. I cannot play in this room because I deal in this room. I am allowed to play in the other Orange Park room. They allow us to, if you're on the list, to play in the room you do not play in, or you do not work in, I'm sorry. Which is great. I don't have to drive all the way out of town to play.
It's great for us, too, because dealers are usually terrible players.
That is true. There are exceptions.
Are there?
Not me, but there are exceptions.
I think, out there, somebody.
Dealers just sit at the table all day long, so they see action every hand. So when they're playing, they want to feel action every hand.
Yeah, they get a little skewed because they see so many terrible hands and terrible plays winning pots, so they start thinking that's how it's done. Could be where you get some of your...
Oh, the old school 1-2 played every hand streets hood games for sure.
The hood games.
The hood moves.
Fancy.
Play any 2 cards. Make any move you want.
Purely instinctual.
The good old days of poker.
Really
now you
was.
actually have to learn
it
things.
Was the good old days. It's tough now.
Yeah, they're just like, well, yeah, I mean, like.
Looks like we got a limp under the gun here from Mac. Ace 4 of clubs.
They knew it was 100K a hand, of course they wanted to. Yeah, they knew what was going on.
Jarrett's going to limp the button. The blinds are going to check. We're going to go 4 ways to the flop.
And the press.
9-7-6. Jarrett's button limp, flopping top 2. 2 hearts out there. Jamie's got a flush draw.
One's gonna bet.
Max got the backdoor flush draw here, but
Yeah, not likely going to be coming along on this flop.
Let's do that. Heads up.
I would honestly, I mean,
5 on the turn. Bit of an action killer card. 4 cards straight out there.
yeah, it gives Jamie the straight draw, which he hits. Gets there, gonna get the call, get a little value.
Do you bet it?
Yeah, Jamie bet. No, did they check?
Yeah, there's some
Looks
chips,
like bet, yeah.
chips out there.
15 or 20 into 34 there on the river.
Yeah.
15, yeah.
Yeah, when the turkey, I was like, well, I guess
Nice bet. Jared can't help but call there.
Yeah, I had Archie and the jacket.
Thank you, Sherry. Thanks for joining us. See you this weekend. Good luck when you make it up here.
But I mean, there was a time where Bill Colt was the best heads up player in the world. Yeah. And Grant is probably outmatched there, that specific game.
he's, I read he cashed 15 out 26 on online. Yeah, he's cashed a lot. Cashed like crazy. He said one man.
7, 8, 8.
Those, I played in 3 of those at 9 holes.
Not everybody. I wanted to go so bad. There's a fight one.
Eden picking up 2 jacks.
Yeah, everybody is I did the whole night. I did Monday to Friday. Stayed in the
Button and jacks. Powerful combination.
really
6-7 deuce flop. Great flop for jacks. Mac with the ace-3 off, just gonna check fold.
Yeah, Mac not getting involved in any unnecessary pots. You see he's got over 1,200 in his stack now. Started with just 5. He's going to be our big winner so far.
Yep, he's just been on a steady train upwards the whole day. Played very well, made some very timely bets. Picked up some big hands.
Yeah, he's played really well. I've been very impressed by his sizing and his hand selection.
He's basically been doing what we've been talking about. He's been getting value with his value hands. He's been having a plan for the next street.
Yep. Very,
and that's why he's the big winner tonight.
very well constructed bluffs and well constructed value bets.
He was doing like updates like through his phone. Yeah. You like going to the stories? Did you like see his Instagram story? When it happened?
I guess fun straddle. 4 to go.
Like, I like heard about like that next day and like the stories are still up at like 4 o'clock.
Seven, raise 12.
Richie's going to pop it up here under the gun with Jack 10.
One day he like runs out of his cards.
2 folds.
That's one nice thing.
That's mine. Dead.
Basically around 12 hours.
Cool. All right. 3 calls. Heads up.
Jamie don't feel like folding his button straddle with 7-4. Queen high flop, pretty standard c-bet here for Richie.
7-4 going to completely whiff here.
And a fold.
Let's it go.
I feel like he's never. Yeah, so dumb. Or it'll be one of those guys, some random old guy.
Dejan in the YouTube, rooting for Austin. Sounds like he's got a good morning of fishing. Jealous. Been wanting to get out there lately, especially. Been fiending. Get out on the water.
We need to get a boat.
I know. No, you just need to get a friend with a boat.
Yeah,
That's much better.
Make a friend with a boat. It's free time.
It's not the same pool. It's not.
You can't
just
play
their own
World
pool.
Series.
I know better than to have my own boat.
There's all my boating friends out there.
But now all the stuff's on GG and you gotta be out.
1 calls.
I heard they're trying to take it down.
2 calls. 3 calls.
Looks like Jared's just going to limp in here with the ace-jack.
Yeah.
Enticing everybody else behind, looks like to limp.
We got 5 players.
Mac dumps his button wisely with the king-5 off.
6 checks. 7 checks.
Looks like we got, how many players we got here?
1 bets. 8.
More than 3.
I think the blinds were in there as well. That was a $10 pot. Jared's going to make a small bet here, take it down. Could have just done the same thing pre-flop, I think.
We're going to have a button straddle here.
You got big blind on there?
King of deuce, 1030 giveaway.
I got
No,
red
you
button
already
straddle,
missed.
4 to go.
You lost. You just have to accept it. I mean, you just need to play better.
Got to randomize better.
Next week, 50-50 chance.
7 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, change coming. 1 folds, 2 folds,
Jamie picking up the jacks this time.
3 raises to 16.
Uh-oh. Garen picking up the 2 queens now. Maybe finding the right side of a cooler here.
Yeah, let's see if he how he decides to play the queens this time.
These guys really deep. Garen's going to 3-bet to 51.
Definitely want to be 3-betting this here in position.
Yeah, I like this sizing.
Yeah, I hear man.
Looks like Mac's going to call it a night. Going to take his $700-800 win.
I don't blame him. King Deuce says Garen's going to fold to a 4-bet. LOL.
Jamie is going to call with his 2 jacks. King, king, 7.
Neither player really in love with that flop.
Check. Oh, you check.
Check.
Pretty good flop for both their hands. Good turn as well, especially when it goes check, check. Jamie's got to feel he has the best hand. Garen playing real coy here.
The way Garen's been playing, I wouldn't even be surprised if he just calls here and the river goes check, check.
Oh, I hope not.
Sorry, Mac, I've been on
A small bet of 40.
But you see, Jamie knows he's value. Jamie's betting here for value.
Jamie definitely thinks he has the best hand, and he's hoping to get looked up by some ace highs, ace queen type hands.
And he makes a small bet. He bets 50 into 185.
Yeah, because he's thinking he needs to get looked up light.
Yep, he was trying to get those 8s, 9s
Now,
to call.
if you're in Garen's shoes here, this is just very unlikely that at this sizing it's a king. It's very unlikely that he would size this low with a king or 10s full. So I would definitely be putting in a raise right here. He just makes the call. Now, I don't know if Jamie would have called anymore, even if Garen makes it say like 150. Maybe somehow Jamie finds a fold, but a lot of players are going to look up that extra 100. And we're never folding for that small size.
Yeah, I kind of agree, King of Deuces. Aces is going to play that the same way as queens right there. With the 2 kings, it's basically the same hand. You're going to get value from anything not a king or you're not. Garen takes another nice little pot. Digs out of that cooler hole he was in earlier.
Yeah.
Queens flying around here.
Garen made a very nice comeback after losing his first buy-in. Spun it back up real quick.
Garen's watch party is
tipsy.
Calling him a sissy.
For checking back or for just flatting that river.
Yeah, and folding the queens. Just they say he's playing like a sissy.
Playing like a sissy and winning all the money.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty sweet.
Austin's going to bump up his ace-king here.
Ooh. 3-bet, second hand in a row.
3-bet alert.
And Jarrett with only 235 behind this 3-bet. We may see Austin.
Austin might put in the 4-bet here for sure. Out of position.
Get it in, especially against Jarrett, who we've seen do some unique things. Came in firing with the king 5 offsuit. So probably one of the most active players, or at least one of the worst images at the table.
Yeah, so he's got about 280 to 5 to start the hand, Jarrett does. I wouldn't hate a 4-bet here to, you're never folding, but you don't want to make it too big for Jordan anyway. Let's see. 180? 165 to 180? I mean, you're obviously pricing yourself in to get it all in, but that's the sizing I would choose if you decide to 4-bet here. You 4-bet or flat? Or fold. That was not really an option.
Wow. Folds the ace-king.
4-bet or fold there, I guess, for him.
I probably would have just flatted.
I know a lot of certain people do will flat or raise compared to where they're in position. Like in position, they more flat. Out of position, it's harder to play, so they raise.
Well, I do think there's a percentage chance that Jarrett's just messing around and just firing off like we saw him do with the king 5. So I just want to give him the opportunity to do that. there's also a chance that he has worse aces than us. You know, he could be using like an ace-5 suited or ace-queen. But
definitely
he would certainly fold to the 4-bet, right? So
2 folds, 3
the
calls.
flat can keeps those hands in. No, I definitely wouldn't have folded, especially not the Jarrett. Now, you can certainly find some players in the 2-2 ranks that when they 3-bet you, ace-king is the absolute worst hand they have, and some people won't even 3-bet ace-king.
But not him.
Jarrett's not one of them players.
Yeah. Got a 9-6-4 rainbow flop here, 5 ways. Jamie with the top pair going to go ahead and bet half pot. Oh, sorry, full pot. $10 limped pot. Takes it down. No one else had anything.
Gambling Robert on Twitch says for 37, or folds for 37. What a super net. I might need to move there. Tolson coming soon. We got plenty of room for you. Looks like Mac has left us. Our big winner of the night. Taking his 8 hundo or so.
C3 raises 12. 6, 7, 8 fold. Nine.
Looks like Jamie's going to open the ace deuce here. 12 to go from under the gun.
We got 3 players.
Jordan flats the button with ace king, and Eden calls from the big blind with 7-6. King 10-6. Jordan flops top. Checked over to him.
He's going to go ahead and make the bet.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen a 3-bet here when with ace king on the button. Anytime you can get some 3-bets in, you just want to get some 3-bets in, so your range isn't so narrowed when you do 3-bet, right? So the best times to do that are on the button, and when you do 3-bet from the button, it looks a little suspicious. So when you got a good hand on the button, it's definitely time to 3-bet.
Confused me too. I was like, oh.
I almost checked it, but I'm not going to let him get
Leonardo joining us from Pennsylvania. No poker there. We feel for you, but at least you have online right now. We're a little jealous of that part.
That's right.
Would love to be playing some WSOP events, even if it was on a computer. Looks like we got Max replacement coming in. Buying in for the Max 500. Ready for this action. About the last hour of play we got for the night.
Yeah, it'd be nice to pull a Ryan DePaulo.
Fold all around.
Ship one of them bad boys.
I know.
Yeah, shopping.
From the grocery store parking lot.
Last live stream, there's a $120
We know a lot of people that have won a lot of things. It can happen to anybody for sure. A lot of good players out there.
I love her. I know her. Yeah, I've known her for like 3 or 4 years now. The last time we played, I overbet a bunch. So ever since I think she learned her lesson.
7, 8 fold.
She hit an ace on the end of the board, and it's crazy.
Pocket 4s for Jordan here in the hijack.
1, 5.
Looks like he's going to raise it up 15.
2 calls. 3's in.
Jarrett calls with the 7s.
6 is complimented. All right.
Eden's going to call from the button with the queen 10 off, and the blinds come along. Garen in there with the 3-5 offsuit.
Check.
King 6-6 flop.
C1 leads for 25. Quarter.
Jarrett's going to bet his 7s 25.
6 folds. And easy does it.
Pretty small bet too. It's going to take it down.
Take your cards, sir. Can't keep them. Sorry, bro.
We get on to the next. Looks like we're going to have a button straddle. Jamie will be straddling to 4.
Oh, Eric, yeah. Yeah, he's been commentating the last 2 weeks. He's been doing really good. It's always fun to get dealer/player input, you know what I mean? Alright guys, we got a run straddle 40 down. Right. 6 and 7 fold. Yeah, man. That's been good. I think we want to start getting more guest commentators in, so that'd be cool. 8 raises 15.
Austin getting the Jack 9 of spades here. And the straddled pot's going to raise it up 15.
Oh, yeah. There's the deal. Alright, guys, heads up.
Jamie going to defend that straddle with the 9-10. Queen 6 Dewey. Austin going to continue representing. Fire out a continuation bet. Should be good enough to take this one down. 18. Yeah, Jamie going to think about it for a minute before pitching it to the muck.
Got another button straddle. Want to go. You get his chip count? Yeah. Cool. Alright. Well, circle up. Okay, gotcha. Oh, so he has to clean it up really quick first. Yeah. It's slacking. That's what we do best.
As you see, our dealer's cleaning up the previous spot from the last player before the new player comes down and takes a seat. This is done not only on live stream, but also in the regular games. As soon as someone gets out of a seat, the staff member will come up, clean the spot, clean the chair, get everything clean for the new player.
There was one seat I had in start up high and sit
Kid Poker says, what's your favorite hand, commentators?
I got seat 6 and
I don't think I have a favorite hand. When I first started out in poker, I was fond of the 7-8 suited because my high school football number was 78. But now I just like the winning hand. Just give me the winning hand, that's all I want.
Yeah, that's what good players say. I say, give me Queen 10 of hearts. Give me Queen 10 of hearts every hand, and I guarantee I will make money. Look at that. Queen 10 of hearts just popping out on cue. Would crush the other two pair.
Queen 10 certainly have taken this one down.
As it is here, Garen's going to pay off this bet with top pair. Only $10 though.
Small pot there. Austin going to take away with his two pair.
Austin probably feels good about that after getting a little bit back from Garen after the set over set earlier. King of Deuce is asking who's better between me and Eddie. It's not a competition. We're bros. We root for each other.
This is true.
But tourneys, Eddie is definitely more specializes in tournaments. I'm generally more of a cash game player, working in the service industry and poker for a long time. Hard to get the weekends off to play a lot of tournaments. So.
Any food or drinks? Cocktails?
4 calls, 7 calls, 8 and 9 folds. We got 3 players.
3 ways to this flop.
3 ways for 10 a man.
Ace go ahead and hits that top pair. King Jack of Hearts, middle and a back door. And King 5 with a couple back doors. Gonna let that part go. Heads up. 5, pretty safe turn card for the Ace 10. Going to bet it again. I'd like a fold here by that King Jack here. He is a new player. Maybe doesn't realize Eden hasn't really gotten out of line at all. Second bullet, I think, from him, I'd be able to let that King Jack go.
Yeah, agreed. Eden has been one of our more snug players. And with King Jack of Hearts, with not turning a heart draw, we can probably find find the folds on that turn.
And since he didn't, he prices himself in for a $35 call on the river. Eden gets a little more value out of it. Good for him.
3 streets for Eden. I like it. 3 small bets. It's a pretty weak hand to pay you off.
Kid Poker asking what our professions are. I'm a dealer here at Best Bet. I do play a lot of poker. Worked at one other poker room before this.
Yeah, Eric is a great dealer. Also used to be the floor man at a neighboring casino around here, so certainly knows his way around the poker room, the rules and whatnot, and also not too shabby of a player himself. And all I do is play poker.
They're working again. It should be working again.
Eden going to take care of the dealer right there. Check out his cards and fold it around. Let's see what we got coming over here.
RJ going to pick up 2 6s.
RJ's our player that replaced Mac. Raises up to 15. Garen comes along with a 7-6 of diamonds. Jarrett not one to let his cards go pre-flop. Calls with the big blind. Queen Jack 3 ways. Perfect flop for that hand. Jack Jack 5. RJ probably going to see bet here.
Pretty good flop for 6s, you know.
Yeah.
Jack,
Generally
Jack
going to be
5.
ahead.
Very difficult for you. For there to be over pairs out there. Just got to hope the Jack was dodged. Unfortunately for him, Jarrett's sitting with it.
Yeah, and multi-ways also. 6s is a hand that does need protection, so you definitely want to be betting there.
Yeah.
You can't just let king queens and king 10s
Yeah, if you
C
don't want
cards.
to give them a free turn card, charge them at least.
Yeah. Gets called, makes a check back. I like. Well played so far.
And when you do get called, they check to you again a lot, so you get to see the river for free. Could spike a 6 and really put a hurting on a Jack.
Yeah, and you still have value. You know, equity showdown.
Looks like it's going to go check.
Check. Yeah. Jarrett right there. Once he checks back the turn, if he has the diamond draw, which is the only thing we got there on the river, he would probably be firing that second bullet. So you with the trip jacks, once he shuts down the turn, at that point he's probably not going to be bluffing that river. So you should be going for value right there.
I think absolutely. You got to start charging those hands because those checkbacks are a lot of showdown value, right? When they check back the turn, RJ should have a lot of showdown value because he would continue bluffing with his whiffs and his big flush draws. So when they do check back, it's a lot of pairs plus. And when we got the trips, let's go ahead and fire out that river bet. Get those pairs to pay us off.
Yeah, the way played there, not going to be bluffed behind or bet behind often. So definitely want to be betting there, but.
Especially when we just saw RJ call 3 streets and ace 10 was the nuts. Ace 10 on an ace high board.
Very true.
Eden bet 3 streets and RJ paid him off all 3.
Shows to be sticky there in the first big hand we've seen him play. So another 2 jacks on the flop. Deuce with it gives Eden 2 pair in the best hand. He's going to go ahead and bet it for a little bit of protection. Gets the queen 10 out of there. Takes it down.
Twitch chat says, are these guys allowed to play the 7 deuce game or bomb pots? Yeah, they can make their own if everyone agrees, obviously. Sometimes we've seen some bomb pots.
Yeah, bomb pots they can do on here. 7 deuce, money can't be exchanged on the table type thing. So there's no side bets or anything. There's no side bets or anything like that. So that one doesn't really happen here, but the bomb pots definitely do happen. Some tables do it on the dealer push. It doesn't happen too often in the 2-2 game, but some tables get it going. All right. Austin's going to raise up the suited 8-7. Eden waking up with the 10s and the small blind just going to call. Tough spot for 10s right there with all those limpers. If you call, you price boast all of them in, but out of position with the 10s. And a lot of small limit players don't want to play a bloated pot with that.
Yeah, I would have actually liked to seen Eden 3-bet there.
Right.
Austin's capable of opening pretty wide.
And your call is pricing all the limpers in.
Yeah, so when we call and we assume that there's going to be a flood of callers behind us, we're basically turning a hand like pocket tens into a set mining hand. And our hand's just too strong, too valuable to be turning into a set mining hand.
All right, one overcard to the 10s. The pre-flop raiser Austin flops that open ender. I assume he's definitely going to keep that going.
Yeah, when you open the 7-8 and you get a 5-6 flop, it's go time. Wow, look at there. Look at that. Eden just check fold. See what I'm saying? How he turns his 10s into a set mine? And then he just check folds the Jack 6-5 flop.
Garen with middle pair here and couple back doors.
Feels like a waste with such a premium hand.
This big bet, though, is going to get Garen out of it. Yeah. Jamie calls with his gut shot, though. Hasn't had a hand in a while. Getting kind of bored.
Juicy card for Jamie here.
This could be a check raise type card.
Yeah, this is a card that Jamie can use to bluff a lot too.
Because that is a good card for Austin to bet, to have to make his second bet with. With
Austin
7-8
has
for
a hand
sure.
like queens or kings, like it's gonna be very hard. I wouldn't mind to see Jamie just donk that ace of hearts. Ace of diamonds gonna make it much more difficult to win it now. If he had a hand like kings or queens. Luckily for this case, he has the old 8 high and bricked out.
He decides. I think he might have been trying to go for that check raise on the turn.
Potentially, yeah.
Big bet here on the river.
The problem with the check raise on the turn is the hands that we're targeting aren't likely going to bet. Right. Like kings and queens, probably going to see the ace and be like, I'll get to the river.
Yeah, I would have liked that bet on the turn.
But could fold to a big lead, a real 3/4, 80% pot turn bet could get those kings and queens types hands to fold. Nonetheless, he does decide to fire this river and gets the 8 high best hand to fold. Kashmir says, where'd the 10s go? The 10s check folded. Just check folded the 45 on the flop.
Yeah, when you turn him into a bluff catcher like that, it's hard to play.
Yeah,
you're just forced to check fold so often.
You got so many people behind you. You don't want to just give up 45.
You could have won a big one right there. 3-bet there.
Yeah, if he 3-bets and then they play a pot and he somehow hangs on, and that was a pretty good run out.
Yeah, Jared's probably going to be calling as well, and then he flops the open ender. You're going to be potentially getting at least 2 streets of value.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have to have a jack. Kings gets an all undercard board here. Nothing for the ace 4 diamonds. Jordan did 3-bet the kings and got called.
King's going to fire 35 on this queen high flop. Richie going to quickly muck.
Yeah, no diamonds, no backdoors. Just lets it go. So we got a button straddle here this hand. Both the blinds are going to complete.
Over to that straddle, and Jamie's going to take the option and raise it up.
Hi from San Diego, says 619 Poker.
San Diego making an appearance. Thanks for tuning in.
I love me some San Diego. Oceanside area. Probably one of my favorite places in the country.
Good poker all around there too.
think San Diego's probably got some of the best sunsets in the world. Nothing better at the end of the day than seeing a sunset. Matthew Plinko, what are these guys doing over here?
Come on down, 201 Monument Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida. The doors are open and unlocked. I'm Eddie Marskowski. That's Eric Steinbaugh. You're watching 2-2 No Limit, $500 max buy-in.
Thanks for joining us. 3 players to this flop, king high 2 spades.
Karen's ace-9 is going to be best on the river here.
And he's going to bet 10 with it.
He bets 10.
Just in case. Trying to get those little baby pairs to fold out. Most people don't really like to fold.
Yeah.
Worked that time.
Maybe he was trying to get an ace-3 to call.
Could be.
Karen's going to
ace-9 value bet.
Straddle the button here. Richie going to limp in. Eden going to limp in. Now Garen from the straddle with queen 9 of spades. Is he going to decide to raise it up? It's a pretty sweet hand. He is grabbing some raising chips. Looks like he's going to put 20 or 25 on top. Excuse me, it looks like RJ raised it up. Garen's just going to be flatting.
Yeah, takes us
RJ made
heads
it
up here.
22 from the cut. King Jack.
Queen 9-8 rainbow flop. Garen flopping 2 pair.
Big flop for Garen. RJ does flop gut shot through the nuts. $30. Now RJ only has 280. You want to start the raising right here, Eric?
What were stacks here? 280, bets 30. He's been sticky, so yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get them stacks in here. See a nice 3 or something on the turn, so then we can.
Yeah, raise it up to 90 here. Just 3x, I like it.
If we get if RJ calls the 60 more, that's going to leave him with about 220, and the pot's going to be more than 220.
And RJ does decide to lay it down. Interesting time to choose to start folding. But I like it. Kashmir says if Garen folds, I'm going to bed. He's not that nitty, guys. Come on. Looks like we got another straddle here this hand. Under the gun this time.
Eden going to limp in. Jamie going to limp in. RJ going to limp in.
Let's go. Keep a limp party.
Garen going to limp in. Austin says, get this 7 deuce away from me. Not even for half price. He's gone.
Jordan going to come along as well. Jarrett's going to check that straddle with the jack 8. 6 ways to a flop here.
6 ways. 9-6 Dewey. Couple of diamonds out there. RJ flops a pair and a flush draw. Eden flops king high flush draw.
Ooh. 3-4's got the gutter ball there as well.
Jamie flops the gutter ball and leads right out for 16. RJ call. Eden gonna likely peel here. Do we ever see a raise?
I would prefer the rage out of RJ's flush draw than I would with Eden's flush draw.
And he's going to make the call.
Now I wouldn't hate a check raise here. Eden turned his flush draw into it now that he picks up more outs. But it checks around.
RJ is going to finish up with the best hand here if he can hold on.
Jamie's going to go ahead and bet this, it looks like.
Oh!
And get everybody else to fold.
Jamie bets 31 into 70. Takes it down with the worst hand.
Yeah, everybody checking that turn. Nobody seemed really interested in that pot. He said, I'll take it.
Good timing there for Jamie. Picked up on the weakness. Says, wow, if you guys aren't going to bet that turn, I better go ahead and represent like I got something. Certainly ain't going to take it down with 10 high.
Any food or drinks? Cocktails?
All right, another straddle this hand.
King of Deuce says, guarantee no one knows what's happening.
Oh, I see what you did there, King of Deuces.
Very nice.
All right, Ace-10's going to raise it up to 10s here. Garen's going to flat the 10s. Richie in there with the 3s. Jamie with the ducks and 8-5 of hearts.
There's the 3-ball.
Might save Garen a little bit of money with the 1 overcard here. Playing the 10s passively pre-flop.
Check fold for Garen.
Checks around on that flop. 9 of diamonds gives the basic lock to Richie here. Only Garen can hit a 10 and win.
Looks like Garen bets out a little bit with his 2 10s. I think they were best at this point as well.
Absolutely.
25. Richie makes the call with his set, playing coy here.
I definitely like the flat call by Richie there. Garen takes the lead here. Not any flush draws out there, only one couple little straight draws in position. Might get him to bet again, and you can raise, which is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, it looks like Garen's going to
Garen's value betting here.
try to get some value out of his 10s, maybe out of a hand like Ace-9, King-9. He's going to see the bad news in a minute.
I don't necessarily hate the bet, though. We've been trying to tell him to go for value all night, and he's picking the right spot to do it.
Again, on the turn, we got to think our hand is good when the flop gets checked around, and especially when we don't get raised on the turn. We just want to get value out of the 9. But we know if we're ever raised, we're just letting this bad boy go.
Exactly. He didn't even think about it. He knew.
It's quick.
He must have been listening, having a plan, knowing what you're going to bet and what you're going to do.
They're learning on the fly. I like it.
He bet 35, knowing he would fold to a raise. Well played. Didn't win the hand, but still well played by all players, I believe. So we got another button straddle here this hand. Jarrett's going to dump his king deuce in the small blind. Eden as well with his 7 Dewey off. RJ with the queen jack going to raise it up to 15. Nobody has anything to compete with. Takes it down.
Everyone was terrified.
Probably gonna laugh at me for not betting 6.
Yeah, King of Deuce over in the Twitch chat. Yeah, we did have a 5K tournament. We had a no limit hold'em and a pot limit Omaha tournament over the weekend a couple weeks ago. We might try to do something like that in the near future. We just kind of got to wait for word to come down upstairs. So just kind of cross your fingers and hope we run that again.
Yeah, and Dano over in the YouTube thinking about coming up to the tournament Friday. Yeah, come on up. Been having a good over 70 last time. Should be potentially more this week. $160 buy-in Friday at noon. I'm sorry, Friday at noon.
King of Deuce, not a third commentator. It's Adonis. I've been working behind the scenes, so I've just kind of been making sure the Twitch chat runs well, making sure we don't run into any audio issues again, just making sure everything runs pristine clean. So I am here. I just kind of hopped in for a little bit to say what's up to you guys and see how you guys are doing. Now shut the front door. Cashmere, what's going on?
Yeah, we got the Adonis sent back here. We got Jordan back here. We got Dustin. It's not just me and Eddie. Whole team up here killing it.
That's it. Cashmere, I told Jordan to let you know earlier I needed a lot of pain from you. I just needed just hashtag pain in the chat all stream. I need it from you, just you. You need to get to it. You're the pain person, and I need it. I need it.
No real action in this hand. Checking all the way down. The queen 4 is going to take it with 2 pair.
There, Poker Nemo, dropping some pain in the chat. I love it. Yeah, I did see some pretty crazy hands. But I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say all of you tuned in. We got to see a little bit of pain. I mean, there's always going to be a winner. And there's always going to be a loser in the hand. So we got to make sure. Cletus.
Someone's feeling the pain every hand.
What's up, Cletus?
We just want the max pain.
We want max pain. I mean, this is what you do. This is maximum pain. You know, we need our spicies in the chat. You know, Dustin's here. He's watching. He's looking. So you guys give Dustin a shout out too, man. He's here. He's in the background. Trust me, he's saying hi to all you guys, and he's here.
Looks like Jamie going to go ahead and check the small blind after Eden limps the button with the suited 8-7. I would have liked Jamie to raise here. Folds around you on the button. Just limping.
Cashmere, you're taking it a little too far. I don't know if we want to see blood on the table, but we definitely want to see some chips get shipped. But I don't know if we want to see any blood.
Yeah, this just checks all the way around. It's going to be a 3-way chop pot. Eden would just raise pre-flop. Take a C-bet on that flop. Takes it down pretty easily.
But instead we chop up the monies. We chop up, what, $6? 3 ways?
3 ways.
It's a lot of money being thrown around. Cletus, yeah, it was somewhat spicy. I mean, you're going to have to talk to Dustin about that to see if it was spicy enough. But there definitely was a little bit of spice.
All right, you got Eddie back here with us. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Get those V-pips up for you guys asking here in a minute. We got about another 30, 40 minutes left in this chat, so I'll be right back with you guys.
Ooh, King of Deuce 1. Have we ever had a celebrity on the live stream? I want to say I can't give you an accurate timetable because I don't want to tell you anything that's wrong. But we did have American Idol superstar William Hung join the live stream a couple months ago. And his celebrity does not need to be talked about. We all know the infamous video where he sang "She Bangs" on American Idol. And yeah, we had the William Hung here. We did. Bonafide in the flesh.
A-list celebrity.
Oh.
William Hung.
I walked past him.
Is there anything better than A-list? Like whatever that is what he is.
A+. Like I walked past him and I go, "Are you William Hung?" He's like, "Yeah." Just nice and casual.
He
Great guy.
He didn't say "she bangs"?
No, he didn't.
I thought that was like all he said. She bangs.
I think for like the first year or two, he just like she banged himself out.
I tell you what, he actually he played a couple of those live streams and did well. Played well too. He played good.
He was I was
very impressed with his play.
Oh yeah, he was looking to make some money. He collected a little bit from the players, and then he got out up. He was pretty good.
Yeah, he did well. He's a student of the game. He studies. You can tell he studies and takes his game seriously.
Yeah. Kristen Budrek in the Facebook chat. Dustin Shot Clock. I don't know what that is, but I don't know if that's a little nickname or something.
Oh,
that's an inside joke. I'm not invited. Okay, that's great.
That's good. No, that's new. That's his new nickname. I wanted to stick. Kristen Budrek, as you say, is my beautiful fiance.
Inside joke. I did pass it along though.
Oh, Shot Clock. Shot Clock.
Oh, not Shot Clock.
Dustin Shot Clock.
I absolutely love it. Yeah, he wants to be a professional poker player. I mean, he played like a professional on the stream, definitely. He picked his spots correctly. He got his money in when he was good, when he had the best hand on the flop and he held. So, I mean, if you want to consider that professional play, he's definitely up there. He's the man for the job. He's going to get some decent tourney results. Well, I mean, we don't have tourneys right now, but you might be right, King of Deuce. I mean, he played well on the stream. He was patient. He was very patient. Like, he waited until he got the hand he wanted to play, not necessarily aces or kings, but the hand he wanted to play, and he got a good flop, and he held, and he made money. He made a lot of money on that streamify. If my memory serves me correctly, he did. We got to raise the 12 from Austin with ace-jack offsuit. Garen, ace-10, makes the call. Let's take it to the mean streets of Queen Deuce Deuce. Absolutely amazing flop.
All right, battle of the ace highs here. Let's see who's going to take this one down. Flop goes check, check.
I think whoever bets first just, oh, well, there you go. I think we have a winner.
This one goes check all the way down.
He had the best hand.
Austin looking to get a little sneaky on the river and
saw
try to get Garen to throw a bluff at it.
Yeah, he wanted to induce a little like ace high bet there.
Yeah, exactly. Wanted to say, oh, go ahead and I got nothing. Go ahead and put some cheese out there.
Put some set the trap, put some cheese out there.
Exactly.
I like that. 1K Steinball, back with you guys. Coming in hot. Got a little yawn, ready to go.
Oh, I'm back.
Got a little yawn. He's
Had
ready.
To stretch them legs. Say hi to some friends
fresh nap.
Comes
outside
in off
that I
a
haven't
break
seen in a
with
while.
yawn. Yeah, man, that was a rough break. I ran back.
Moving is exhausting. I missed yoga today. Sorry. I'm very sore.
That's right. You missed class.
Dustin Shot Clock, Mama Bear, give him the shout out.
Yep. Gonna see if we can get that shot clock nickname to stick. Poker related.
We got a lot of ladies on this board. No action though. Checking all the way down. The worst hand gets there on the river. Bets $5 and no one can even call.
Like I didn't want to bet there, but when I looked at the size of the pot, I was like,
619 Poker, Mountain Dew. I'm a Mountain Dew kind of guy over a Coke or Pepsi. But Coke out of the two. Pepsi's a little too sweet. Says the guy who likes Mountain Dew.
It's all terrible for you. Don't drink these sodas, people. It's terrible for you.
What he said. Just stick to the extra sweet Southern sweet tea.
I don't drink sweet tea. You can stick to the Crystal Light sweet tea if that's what
No,
you're
that's your jam. I need the real thing. All right, Eden's going to take the aggression here. Jack 10 of hearts, 3 ways to a flop. Ace King 3, 2 diamonds. Jordan with the only ace. Jarrett's going to jump out, cut him off, and bet 15 here with no pair, no backdoors.
Jarrett going to decide to hit a zero equity bluff.
And then instantly check it back when he gets called in 2 spots.
With the 8 high. At least he's given up and not compounding mistakes.
And the perfect turn card for Eden. Turns the nuts. Jordan with not a very good ace here. Might dump it since Jordan was bet that flop, and he does.
Yeah, this is
good fold by ace 8.
Another spot with, Eden just is not going to be putting big bets out there without it. You know, he called a bluff, but he hasn't done any aggressive action without what he thinks is the best hand. So when we have a raggedy ace on an ace, king, queen board, we can be pretty sure he's got us pipped.
Exactly. I said, you think it through, it's pretty easy fold, but it's hard for people to fold aces. So very good fold there.
Fun show. So we can, him and I together, we kind of partner up to do it. It's like an extra 4 times.
King of Deuce saying Eden tight solid, not giving away chips. Yeah, agreed. Eden's played well too. He's not mixing it up too much, but doing it enough.
And they're okay with like Zoom or even like meeting in person.
Caught up in some tough spots, been wiggled his way out. Still in good shape if he can make his hand.
17.
Debbie saying a lot of checking going on tonight. Yeah, we're trying to get him to talk him up. Go for value, get those bets in there.
Yeah, you're going to see that a lot at this level. Again, let's remember this is the lowest level form of poker that can be played live. You know, this is 2-2.
No limit.
We don't have a dollar game. This is the lowest game, so you're going to get the weakest players. You're going to get, the worst players. Not to sound rude or mean, but that's just a fact. So you're going to get a lot of
the less studied player, a lot of casual players.
Passive play. even the guys, if the guys that throw around money and that splish and splash, you know, if the guy was going to come lose 2 or 3 binds at 2-2, he'd just go to 2-5. You know, that's kind of how the mentality works of it.
So we got a pot brewing here.
So you're just going to be stuck with a lot of passive play at these tables, which isn't bad. You can still take advantage of that. There's always exploits no matter how they're playing. You don't need players to do the splashing for you. There's a way to win otherwise.
Looks like Richie peeled with his gut shot here and turns the best card without hitting the straight. Turns an open ender with the flush draw. The set bet the flop and checks here on the turn.
Wow, that's interesting.
When you get called by 2 people, I would fire that second bullet here. Especially with the backdoor clubs getting in.
Wow, that is interesting. It is gonna get a bet out though, and you can certainly put a check raise in. If I'm assuming if you check, that's the reason why.
All in, C1, all in.
Jarrett's gonna put it all in for 374.
Big raise. Not gonna get called by anything unless Richie just wants to gamble. And Richie's like, why did I call the flop? Now I've got a decision.
It's really a no decision, but it is tough. You really want to see that river.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You didn't know it was going to be 400 to you when you checked the turn.
Easy fold for 9s.
Let's raise.
Kind of got fortunate that the 9s bet there.
Definitely got fortunate in the 9s bet, but I mean, Jarrett could easily have a queen here too. He called a bet on the flop, so you could think a queen would bet too when check too. I think, or excuse me, Austin. I think Jarrett plays his hand like a weak queen. Like, oh, I'll lead the flop.
Right,
that's why I'm saying. 2 spots, so I'll shut it down.
That's why I'm saying Austin should have been checking back the 9s a lot there. He's lucky that he bet and was able to check raise.
Oh, absolutely. I don't like this bet from 9s. I mean, what does Jarrett lead with?
Yeah, it's different than when the 10s earlier, when we were talking about the value bets on the versus the jacks or the queens versus the jacks on the 2-king board. It's a little different. This kind of board and the way the hand's played,
yeah, it's just
not the same.
Especially with a caller in the middle. Like Richie can easily have a queen as well. So it's tough.
Yeah, this 9's here more like those 6s where the check back, you've got great showdown value. Give yourself the realized equity that you have if you are behind.
Austin taking his time here. He's thinking, does he have a hand like Richie had? Does he have like a 5-6 of clubs, 5-7 of clubs?
Like Jack 10 club, something like that, obviously.
Yeah, where he bet a straight draw and now it's turned a straight and flush draw and just decides to jam such a big amount.
And it's a pot-sized jam, so
it's a big jam.
It's a big jam.
It's definitely a big jam. That's what's giving Austin a little trouble here. Why so much? You hear that all the time. He's thinking why so much? It has to be a bluff if it's this much. If he had a big hand, wouldn't he want to get paid? He calls. Wow.
He does call.
Wow.
King's going to see the bad news.
Wow. Looks him up with the 9s. Jarrett shows him the set of 8s.
Yeah, Austin's going to look back at that one and wish he had it back.
Oh, I've been there, Austin. I've done very similar things on live stream just like that. Just went with my read, you know. Sometimes it's just completely off. I will tell you that Jarrett checking that turn made him that money.
Or Austin betting that turn.
Well, obviously that helped.
Both, yeah.
But the check, which was an unorthodox after leading the flop.
Yeah, when you get called in 2 spots there,
it made him the money.
I assume you're going to get called another one, so I would be betting the second bullet there a lot. It worked out for him.
Worked out perfectly. He got the straight and flush draw to fold, so he didn't have to worry about it, and he got the other guy in drawing the 2 outs. Big pot, one of our biggest of the night right there.
Casimir Donk, loving the pain. Been begging for it all night.
Yeah, chopping. Chop.
Fold it to the blinds. They're going to chop this one. We can quickly get on to the next.
I like it.
See if we get an alternate put in here.
I'm all about final.
Yeah, King of Deuce was just like Ed was saying. We went with the live read. Was wrong, but go with your gut. That's what we do as poker players.
King of Deuce makes a good point there. Austin called while holding the 9 of clubs. And in theory, if we're going to make some super light calls like that, we'd like to have none of the cards we want our opponent to have.
Right, like I said, the only one, the top one he could have was the Jack 10 of clubs.
So that check raise all in on the turn is some semblance of a hand. And what are the hands that we're beating? We're beating straight and flush draws. And the 9 of clubs is a good chunk of those straight and flush draws because the flop was Queen 8, 4, and the turn was the second club. So any like 9, 10, 9, 7, 9, 6, all these random clubs with 9s in them, we want out of our hand in our opponent's hand. And the fact that it is in our hand just narrows down his bluffing range, right? So he's actually weighted much more towards good, strong premium hands. Maybe if we were going to hero, we would like to hero up with 2 red 9s. You know, saying, okay, well, I'm hoping that he has the 9 of clubs. But when we have the 9 of clubs,
right, you're taking out too many of his bluff.
That can
range.
be like the deciding factor that can put us over the top as to fold or call.
Especially as played, he leads the flop into the pre-flop raiser into 2 people, and then check raises the turn.
Yeah, it's a very strong line. I know Austin, you know, just a little caught up and a little confused by that turn check raise and the sizing of it.
Yeah, I think if Jarrett would have check called like a c-bet on the flop and then check raise the turn, it would have been better than him just straight leading the flop and then check raising the turn.
Appreciate it.
But on to the next hand, like we said, second most important hand is the next one. So that's the one we're on. 3 ways to a flop here, limp pot. Like straddled one of the blinds in a single color. Queen, Jack, Deuce.
Okay, it's a bet of 10 from 3 and a winner.
I think Jamie's going to make the bet and take it down here.
About a 150 snap call. 8 highs.
On to the next. Craig McFalls said, tell them Bama said hello. There you have it.
Bama.
Straddle. Straddle. Before we go, y'all.
Another straddle here under the gun this time. Thanks again for joining us tonight. Another long, fun night here for you guys on the Best Bet live stream. Joining you on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live.
Straddle, yes, sir. Deuce it up. 12. Raise 12. Call C4.
Jamie's going to raise the straddle to 12.
Call C7.
King 10 off. Gets the Jack 10 and the Ace 9 to call.
Oh, man. You're pot committed.
Jordan, let's go. The 8-4 suited for 8 more. Everyone
Like 7-5 deuce.
ribs him for it. 2 hearts and a 4 in the window. Would have been a big flop if he would have called, but could have been in big trouble against the top 2. Jamie's going to c-bet. RJ, as we've seen, continues to call pretty quickly with second pair.
Lorenzo Espinosa in the Facebook chat says, I miss live poker. Thanks for the feed. Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Lorenzo. We appreciate you.
Again, Jamie led the turn, got called.
Oh, tough card for RJ.
I would have liked a little bit bigger bet here, I think, by Jamie.
Yeah, this is definitely
That's
a
20.
spot.
I would have liked like 55, 60.
Definitely one of them spots where we got to think, man, what if our opponent has a king here? If our opponent has King Jack, and are we going to let him off the hook for 20?
And RJ's been so sticky, he's calling with his 10s.
Yeah,
so
if our opponent has Ace 10,
why let him off the
Queen-
hook with
Queen
20?
10, let's get paid. Let's make these bets bigger. We got a fish on the line. Take advantage.
Not saying RJ was a fish, just saying that we had a monster hand, so you got him on the line. Got to try to reel him in.
Yep. Yeah, button straddle. Chase button straddle.
Button straddle here by Garen. Nebraska fan, also a Denver Bronco fan somehow. We make fun of him all the time for it, don't worry.
Okay, button straddle. 4 to go.
I'm a Mike Matisow fan.
Oh, that was great.
Bluff limit. 9 calls.
I wish we could show it somehow. Just put it up on the screen.
Looks like both the blinds are going to go ahead and call this straddle. Jarrett's going to raise it up here with king queen off.
Fold, and a fold from seat 2, 3, and 4, and 6.
Have to bleep out the F-bombs.
True Mattisau does not have a PG-13 mouth.
Oh no, it's better with the F-bombs. Yeah. If he would have sent one without F-bombs, you get no. Let's do it. Let's do another one. Take 2.
Both blinds come along here, I believe. Nope, just the 3s. Heads up, king high flop.
Jarrett's done worked his stack up to around 1,000 now with that big double up.
Makes the bet and takes it down.
Looks like we're going to have a new player stepping in.
Try to sting him real fast before the end of the stream.
A dealer Chase taking his picture, getting him ready right now.
Do I want a hand?
Yeah, we're going to be able to get him in right now, I believe.
Might wait one, get settled in between the button and the
gonna
small blind.
Take some free cards first. No reason to start paying right out the gate.
Heck no.
All right, good to go.
Always play your free hands. Just not out of the rack.
Yeah, never.
4 folds. 6 folds. 7 raises to 10, 9 folds.
So the king jack's just going to limp in here, early position. Richie's bumping up the 8s.
Jarrett looking down at the ace queen. Looks like he wants to 3-bet this, and is. Takes it 25. Back over to Richie.
25. Quarter.
Definitely going to be seeing it.
Gonna make the call here with 2 red 8s. To the flop we go. 10-7-6, pretty good flop for 2 8s. Jarrett's going to fire out 25. Don't see Richie folding here.
I don't hate that lead by 8s either into the 3-better on that flop, because you're going to kind of put him in a spot where it's hard for him to raise.
No, he was the button.
Right, 3-bet. Jarrett 3-bet the button with ace queen.
No, Jarrett was the big blind. He 3-bet from the big blind.
Oh, Richie's the button here. Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. I had their positions backwards.
Good card for Richie on the turn. Certainly not going to let go again. Jarrett's going for the 3-barrel. I don't know about this play. 55. It's such a small number, too. It's going to get snapped
off.
Yeah, this is just sizing issues here for Jarrett. Really hand selection and sizing issues. Look at this run out. It's just too good. Any 10 is going to call, and if top pair can call you down, you don't want to be bluffing.
Right. When you get called on that turn for 50, 55 is never going to be working.
Yeah. Well, let me just
almost anything's never going to be working.
Let me just add 5 to it and see what he thinks about that.
Yeah. If they think they're going to be good on that turn, they're not folding that river too often. So you either got to put a lot of pressure and hope it's enough. 55 is definitely not the number.
Yeah, you want a lot of pressure by 80% plus pot. Sometimes in those spots you can put a guy to the test because he doesn't have a set and he doesn't have a straight, because both of those hands would have found a raise. You can put like a 2x pot in and say, I'm going to get this guy to fold all of his 1-pair hands. But the old 1/7 pot is never going to take it down.
Twitch chat, King of Deuces and Kashmir Donk agreeing. Big bet was the only way to make it work there. We got Jason over on the Facebook asking if we have any Omaha live streams. Yes, we do. I think a couple Saturdays coming up. There might be another one. We go between 2-2 tournaments generally. 2-5 deep stacks, 5, 10, 25, and some bigger PLO. Full schedules on bestbetjacks.com. Check that out. So we got a 4-way action board here. Jack 10, 10 deuce. 7's still the best. I'm sorry, Jordan's got the trips
here on the button. Checked it on the flop. Gets a $10 bet on the turn. Still going to continue with the smooth call.
And no flush draws to worry about, only some straight draws.
1 folds and 2 folds. Heads up. 20.
Garen's going to lead into this.
Can't even raise.
I guess Garen just bets 20 and gets called by the 10s here.
Up to 20, and Jordan decides to never put a raise in with flopping trips.
Guess he just, I mean, you're only really losing to, you're chopping with some of the other 10s.
Yeah, this is the spot where you got to raise. Well, what if, you know, Garen has queen jack or king queen, hands like this? You got to put a little more out there.
Got to get some value out of there.
If somehow he has, you know, a better 10 or re-raises, yeah, we can just fold. It's not, there's nothing wrong with betting our hand for value on the end and folding if we get raised. Because a lot more times than we get raised, first of all, we're rarely going to get raised on the river. And most times, our feeling that we have the best hand is going to be correct. It's only a small percentage of the time that we're actually going to be cooler than B.
7 and 8 to 9 calls.
Yeah, I think Garen might be just going for a blocker type. Didn't want to call and just fold, like we said earlier. But
yeah, Garrett,
sevens, I don't know
Garrett
if
was
Seven
able
would do it there.
to dictate the action there. He was, I mean, when Garrett
Lost
called
him in
for
for
20
sure.
and he sees the guy has trips, he's like, oh, cool. Like, Garen feels good about it because, you know, he could think to himself, man, if I'd have checked, I probably would have looked you up. I would have thought my hand was good.
Got a 15 to 9.
All right, so we got some open-ended here. Bottom pair for RJ gets out of the way. Garen with the 9, still got the best hand, does not want to hit a set. Looks like he just let it go. Let it go to a bet.
Oh, yeah. 2 overcards this time. We ain't putting a chip in there. King of Deuces says, are you two commentating the next few streams? Well,
to be determined.
Wednesday's the most regular live stream night, and Eric does have Wednesdays off.
Yeah.
I have
coming in the last couple Wednesdays on my night off.
Wednesday off, so as much as they'll allow us in here, we'll come in here and do it. We enjoy it. We'd be probably sitting at home watching it anyway. Why not
commentating to ourselves?
Yeah, exactly. Just texting each other. Did you see that play? Did you see Garen fold?
Mid. All right, a few limps here, and Jarrett's going to make a big raise to 25 with the King Jack of Hearts. Like I said, King and Deuce, this is only my second time, so if you guys are liking it, let them know. If you want us back. They're pretty good about giving the people what they want around here.
Let the powers that be know. E-Train.
E-Train coming through.
Jump on the E-Train.
Russ, thanks for the shout out in YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And Leonardo.
All right, guys, we got a bunch straddle. Pull together, bunch straddle.
Any more drinks, cocktails?
Thank you for the kind words, King of Deuce.
We appreciate your input as well. Definitely helps the stream go by.
Absolutely.
Looks like we got another button straddle here. Both the blinds are going to call. Richie going to bump it up with the King Queen to 17.
Without the chat, we'd just be sitting here talking about naked flops all night. And nobody wants that.
17, yes, sir.
That is true.
I'm going to go heads up to the flop here. Similar scenario, Garen with the pocket 9s again.
1 over again. He's happened a few times to him tonight.
7's gonna make it 20.
King of Deuce likes that naked flop joke. That's all I need. Just like one person acknowledging it. That's all I need. It was a success.
He's here for you. All right. 9's called that. Probably going to call this. So Garen's going to check. Let's see how much Richie goes for. 2 flush draws out there. I don't know if I like the smaller bet.
Yeah, especially with a card like the 5 of Hearts.
A lot of pairs and flush
draws.
draws.
A lot of 5, 6, 8,
pairs
5.
and straight draws. You got to charge them. Yeah.
Anytime where it looks like they have an inelastic calling range. By inelastic, I mean we'll call anywhere from 0 to, let's say, pot size. You know, there's certain hands in certain situations where you know they're going to call that. Whenever them situations come up, you got to bet the most.
Yep, got to get as much money as you can. And it's different every hand. It could be between 30% and 200% of the pot. Like, a value bet doesn't mean a small number. Just means getting the maximum amount you think from the other player's range.
Right. You got to condense down their range, and when it's advantageous to bet big because they're going to be calling because they have a lot of pair plus whatever draw, straight draw, flush draw, whatever it is. Like in this spot, there's all of them. There's flush draws, straight draws.
Might not be the best time to bluff,
Pair
but when you
flush
think
draws.
you have the best hand, you definitely want to be charging those hands.
Yeah, and then that's so on the other side of that, it's a bad time to bluff.
Exactly.
Unless you know you're going to be pulling off a triple barrel, and you're going to get to the river, and you're going to have to. Then you're going to make him fold his pair plus draw that missed. But then you got to play the guessing game and hope that he missed. You know, like on that board there was
Putting
two
yourself
diamonds
in
and two
way
hearts.
too tough of a spot.
Yeah, so that you want to look for the easiest spots.
Killer King Rob on the Twitch. Where is this? Vegas? No, we are here in Jacksonville, Florida, running on a 15-minute delay. Kid Poker started at stream at 7. Probably not too much longer here tonight. Another about probably get done about 20 more minutes here, about around midnight.
The guys are out there still playing now, so you got us at least for another 15.
No free cards, bet a 5.
4 ways this flop in a limp pot. Jarrett bets his pair and backdoor. RJ raises up his top pair. I like to raise. Don't want to price the people behind you in. And when you get called, you check back. Control that pot. Jarrett did turn the nut flush draw.
Looks like River's going to go check.
Yeah, another run out, 5. And RJ's not sad about that.
Yeah, got a little extra value in there, that raise. Could have went for a little even more value, but with that run out, but nonetheless, gets a little bit back.
Yeah, if you're thinking that he potentially has a weak queen like you out of the blinds, might want to put it to get the chop to fold there. But
yeah, or even just super small bets to get small pocket pairs and worse pairs like.
No reason not to bet that river.
You don't trust that your opponent is going to be playing well, right? So they could call you with stuff that you wouldn't imagine they could possibly call you with, just because it's 2-2 and they're not as good. The skill level isn't going to be what it is. The higher stakes you go.
My old roommate told me a good line with poker. He said when he goes to the live game, he plays for a living. He says, "I just assume every unknown player is a passive fish." Until they prove me otherwise.
That's good advice. One of the most winningest players in this room told me a long time ago, assume everyone's bad. Assume they're all bad. Don't give anyone the benefit of the doubt until they make you.
Richie flopping trips here. RJ turning to king. Pairing a straight draw. Garen with the gut shot as well. RJ making the bet here. Would like to see the check.
21, never to be seen again.
But checks to you twice. Take a little stab. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, maybe you get some heart draws to call. Now you're in no man's land when you get check raised here.
I'm just going to have to let it go. And he does. 619 Poker, does the stream done or does it keep going, game going? A lot of times, bigger games especially, it'll continue all night long until we close. This game occasionally will jump off into the live games, but there's still plenty of other games they'll just jump into as well.
The players have an option. The lower stakes usually just break. The games break and they just kind of, everyone will either go ahead and finish their night and go home or jump into other games already going in the room.
Yeah, most people have been playing all night, and they're more the casual players, so they're exhausted. They're ready to go.
Yeah, the 5, 10, 25 gums.
Those DJs are ready to go for the whole weekend. Yeah.
They come and they play. Stream or no stream. Craig McFall, thank you, sir, for the kind words on Facebook.
3 calls, 4 folds, 6 folds.
No straddle this hand. Queen 9 of diamonds limping under the gun. Eden going to raise it to 10 with the ace-jack. Jamie and Richie both come along. Richie getting a little spicy there with the 10-8 off on the button.
Someone leads for 18.
Looks like we got queen with 2 diamonds flop. That's a pretty good flop for Jarrett. Looks like he bests it. No action. Takes it down.
Not much else going on. Looks like these guys are winding down this evening's action. Looks like they all know it's going to be ending rather soon. Keeping it a little tight, or maybe just the cards aren't setting up for action.
But we got another 15-20 minutes. Hopefully we'll see some big action here.
See if we
Tied
can get
guys stuck trying to get back.
Yeah, late night rally maybe.
Parviz, shout out to Jacksonville. All casinos are closed down here in LA. Yep. We're lucky. One of the lucky ones. Got the live room still up, going up.
We hope it's lucky.
Yeah. Fortunate. We'll say fortunate.
Again, we hope. We could be the one town that messed it up for everyone.
We are Florida.
That's what we do. That's what we do down here in Florida. Bunch of Florida men walking around.
3 raises for 12. 4 fold.
So Jamie's going to raise the suited ace up to $12 here.
Jamie got his stack up to over 1,000.
8 and 9 fold.
King of Deuce says, have either of you been on the live stream before? Yeah, Eric works here, so he's not allowed to be on the live stream here. Not allowed to play in the room. I have played on the live stream numerous times, mostly for tournaments, final tables, handful of cash sessions.
Richie going to turn the nuts here. Jamie going to go ahead and shut her down. Got called on that flop. Didn't improve with bottom pair.
Copy.
Good shutdown.
Check C3.
I don't think Jamie's going to really put any pot, especially when the front door flush gets there. He's just going to be check folding here.
25, C7.
James says in the chat, need clear masks. He is part of the Garen watch party, so clearly they've been drinking since he can't even finish a sentence.
Need clear masks.
They do have clear masks. They have those face shields. A lot of the players and some of the dealers do wear.
Yeah, I've seen some of the waitresses walking around with them.
Yeah, it's just preference. We allow both in this room. As long as they full cover both of your nose and mouth.
Looks like Jordan's going to straddle the button here.
Button straddle.
All right, we got Chase back in here as our dealer. Button straddle.
One call. 2 calls.
Bunch of quick folds here. Going to get raise it up by the new guy.
All right. Who is the new guy? Who we got here? Yeah, King of Deuce, they did start capping our bad beat jackpot here at 30K. Was a while there. It was running high, but switching that money up to some big promotions. A lot of high hands. Keep that money in the room, running around, keep you going. Looks like we're getting heads up here. 9-10 versus Queen 10.
No, it looks like CJ is our new guy with the ace queen.
Yeah, he's the one.
Going to wait for the graphics to catch up here.
I was right, heads up. Just change that Queen 10 to an ace queen. King high flop. 2 clubs. CJ should be seed betting here high majority of the time. definitely connects with both ranges, but definitely he has the nut advantage here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Betson takes it down.
Any food or drinks? Cartoons?
619 Poker says you guys just do the announcing or play as well. Eric is a dealer, so he deals. You know,
D-Hill here 5 days a week.
4 or 5 days a week. He plays when allowed. A couple days a week also.
I play some poker whenever I get the chance to. Eddie hasn't been able to play too much here. More of a live crusher in some people's eyes.
Nice qualify it there in some people's eyes.
I mean, I'm one of those people.
Oh, don't back it up now. Don't back it up.
Hey, the E-Train is on the same track, my friend. You had a Jack 4-4 flop 3 ways, all pocket pairs, aces, fades. Still got the best hand. He's going to bet it.
RJ down to just $100 in his stack now. He desperately needs a win here. He's going to bet 50 of that 100.
Picks up the hand to do it, but let's see here. RJ bets half of his stack, and Jared's considering something here with the threes. He raises all in.
Jared's just going to put them all in. RJ's going to definitely make the call here.
Did you hear? Did you say what I think you said? Thank you. I will gladly call. Another jack and another 7. Aces, best hand holds.
All right, RJ's going to get a big double up here.
Needed it just in time. Back up to 265.
Picked up them aces at the right time.
Cashmere, Garen, fold. Yep, 5 turn.
Garen not happy about that.
The wrong under pair floated.
Yep. Jared there just hoping RJ had a couple big cards that whiffed the flop and willing to put in 100 and see if his threes could hold.
But if he puts in $50 out of his $100 stack, he's probably not folding the other 50.
Yeah, so I mean, a call is the same as a jam.
Cameron, you missed the giveaways. We had a Facebook and a Twitch giveaway tonight, a little earlier tonight, around 9:30. Sorry you missed it. Better luck next time.
Could have got you some best bet swag.
Rich is going to raise the king jack. 12 to go here. CJ, new guy, gives him the call with the 5s. Jordan also in there with the ace jack, and big blind comes along. Ace high flop, gut shot for Richie, the pre-flop raiser. 5s miss. Richard makes a small c-bet here. 20 into 50.
Jordan with the ace of spades too. I like just flatting here. We got all kinds of back doors.
Deuce of spades, one of the good cards for us.
Does hit that back door. And one check too. Yeah, let's go ahead and fire it. Hopefully Richie has a hand like king jack with the king of spades, but unfortunately
no spade. He's going to let it go.
Yep. No value to be had.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man.
Cameron says, I'm in Washington and the governor is closing card rooms tonight.
Wow. Well, I would say come to Florida, but want everyone to stay safe, you know.
They don't want to come to Florida.
It's a wild time around here. We got another button straddle.
People are keeping Floridians out.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not letting us go anywhere. They don't want to come to us.
We got like a button straddle here. Ace 10 and 8-7 going to complete out of the blinds. Eden also limps in here with the king jack. Jamie's not going to let him get in for free with his 9s.
Cameron playing 1-3 right now on the last night. Good luck to you. Hope you win a big one.
Getting all he can out of that room. Don't blame you.
Play it until they kick you out. Oh, looks
like
like we're going to get some late night action here. Everyone calling the straddle raise. Queen 8-4 rainbow.
Garen flops the best hand here. So, well, I'm sorry, 9s are still the best hand.
Yeah. Jimmy's still got the best. Gonna have to assume he's gonna continue, and he does. 72. What sizing does he choose? It looks a little small.
22. Pre-flop raise was 18.
Yeah, this shouldn't garner.
This could easily be a sizing tell. I would love for Garen on this flop to do a check raise.
Yeah.
One heart, the 4 out there.
Yeah, and backdoor straight.
Yeah, you have a lot of pressure. Garen does make the call. I would have preferred the raise because you kind of put yourself at a position.
Yeah, because check calling down with middle pair is a losing proposition, right?
Right.
But check raising it at times, especially with the amount of backdoors he has here, can be a winning proposition. Can even get better hands to fold.
Yep. As played, probably Garen checks. Just Jamie decided to get the thin value bet here as he's been doing all night. Goes for it.
But I think you made a really good point about the sizing on the flop here. He bet it was 14 pre-flop and
he raised it to 18.
It was 18 pre-flop and then 22 on the flop after 3 people had called. So we went 4 ways to the flop, and he bet about the same number. Now that's either a complete monster like a set, or a hand like he has, like that he's not sure could be the best hand, or maybe he's just c-betting an ace high.
Looks like Garen makes the call here on the river, pays him off.
We can check raise this on the flop with like a high success rate. I think we're getting a lot of folds, and the times we don't, if they come along, that's the time they had a premium, you know. But like Jamie's not gonna hold on with pocket 9s when he gets check raised on the Queen 8-4 flop.
And you do love a lot of turn cards. The black 10 happened to not be one of them.
And a good thing about having the 7-8 that Garen had there is he actually blocks one of the premium hands you're worried about, which is a set of 8s.
Yep.
He has one of the blockers to that hand. So really, it would just be a set of queens because you don't think Jamie's going to raise from the straddle with a pair of 4s. Possibly would do it with 8s. Would do it with queens. And now we block the 8s, so we're only worried about queens. So he really only has one hand we're worried about. When they only have one hand we're worried about, and they got 5, 10, 15 other ones, let's go ahead and put some aggressive action in and get them to fold it.
Yeah, you got to have more ways to win the pot than just hitting.
Any food or drinks? Cocktails?
Turn middle pair in there to the aggressive. You can win a lot more pots.
Yeah, and playing it that way, look, he just called a couple streets bad with the 8s. The 9s really got max value with these small bets, where otherwise he would have definitely had let it go if he had faced any kind of aggressive action.
So we got 5-way limp pot here.
Any more food or drinks?
Ace-7 flops the best of it, trips. Not much for anybody else. Gutter ball here for RJ, might peel 1. He does call the 10. Eden with the worst ace-5 decides to give it a shot.
Wow.
With the ace of clubs.
Some backdoor straights, backdoor flush possibilities. Garen raising here?
Garen raised it, took it down.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 clubs out there. Wanted to charge him a little bit if someone had it 5 ways, I guess.
And with the ace-7, if someone does have a
you can win a big
7,
pot.
you get a bunch of money in before the flush card even comes and scares everyone away. I don't mind that raise right there.
All right, so you got the 19 sitting out. And the button straddle.
All right, we got another button straddle here by Garen this hand.
Over to the 3 seat, who is, yes, button straddle.
Yeah, Cameron, we feel you with the not being able to gamble online. We definitely wanted to play some of those WSOP events as well. Couldn't play live, but wasn't meant to be this year, and that's all right. Take what life gives you. Big flop for Garen here. Flops the open ender with a flush draw. RJ's got nothing, though.
Garen, a couple nice flops in a row. This one in a super small pot.
RJ just feels like calling a $5 bet.
He does get 5 out of him. Go ahead and throw another
Not going to
nickel
get
out
another
there.
bet. Kind of hoping he might have hit the ace, but no avail.
9 seats back in.
Starting to wind down here tonight. I think we got about another 10 minutes or so. Appreciate everyone joining us here tonight. Best Bet 2-2 Deep live stream. I'm Eric Steinball. We got Eddie M. Big Eddie over here.
Eddie M. Big Eddie. That's Eddie Marskoski out there.
I know it's Eddie Marskoski.
Nice.
M. Rockkowski is how you spell it, because I filled out your passport info.
That's right.
Caps at 30. I think it's like 24 right now. It's just like
You had to make me do it.
I know. I told you, if you're my friend, you have to have a passport.
so I heard when I was coming today, they hit 20 yesterday, the day before maybe.
Got to be able to ready to and available to go. The drop of the dime.
Oh, nice flop here. Eden with 2 jacks and CJ and
I missed your action.
Richie with the top pair.
CJ with a flush draw to go along with it as well.
Big flop. Let's see what happens. 47 in the middle.
He knows there's not much time left. This is a big flop for him. I think he's going to try to play big pot.
Yeah, CJ bets out big. More than pot here. Bets
Yeah.
55 into 45.
He's definitely trying to play a big one here. He's trying to gamble. If he's behind, he doesn't mind gambling right here. Big bet puts Eden in a tough spot.
Tough. It's really
Well, I mean, in his mind.
yeah, got to make the call here.
He's got 500.
We got clubs and
He's got the effective stack, 467. So
he might be looking to raise.
gonna raise and get it all in on the turn.
If he raises, we're getting it all in right here.
CJ's for sure ripping.
Yeah, CJ's going to be seeing all 5 here.
And I wonder if he does. Will Eden fold the jacks? I think I would just flat the jacks here.
Yeah, I don't love the raise because you got to call it off.
Good. He does just decide to flat.
Yeah,
I like that decision better.
I like the flat too. What's Richie gonna do here? He's got a bet of over pot and then a call.
Call by the pre-flop raiser. He's definitely should not be raising this.
He's gonna be make the call as well with the king kicker. Ooh, ace is gonna slow things down for everyone. Could give CJ a shot to win this if he just decides to make a big bet right here on the turn.
Yeah,
Tough
when you
spot here
when you
if
call
you're-
him 2 and get an ace, it's a tough spot to call.
Difficult for TJ because what if someone had the ace X of clubs?
Exactly.
Now they just got you dominated. You got to hit a 2 pair of trips to win.
Queen jack, the queen jack deuce tonight.
Clubs no good.
Yeah, not too many aces in these range besides the ace flush draw and ace 10. Occasionally some aces 8 you're worried about here with the jacks, but I like the bet by the jacks here.
75 ain't gonna get CJ to fold.
Do we get pain on the river? Nope.
No pain.
6 could have been some pain, but
Yeah, I think maybe like an ace was the best card for a little
this
bit
might
of
even go check.
Oh,
When
certainly.
Eden gets called on that turn, he's probably not going for value here on the river.
I think he wants to get the showdown. Although CJ shouldn't have any ace
Aces,
X here.
yeah, except
So
ace X of clubs.
This is a good spot to get a little bit of value.
Yeah. But once he gets called on that turn, I felt like he was just going to check it down.
Yeah, because that's just what they do. But,
Exactly.
But, you know, strategically thinking, we can still put another bet out there. Especially in a game where we're just not likely to really ever get bluffed on rivers like check raise bluffs. We can just freely value bet so many hands. And when they do pick the 1 out of 20 to raise you, it's because they have it. And we just easily let it go.
Yep. Been preaching it all night. Let's see here. No straddle this hand. Like I said, if you're new to the show, if you're getting ready to end the night with us, make sure you hit that like, that follow button on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Get notifications next time we come live, which will be next Wednesday at 7 p.m.
8 call.
Free player.
Next Wednesday right here, 7 p.m. Same 2-2 deep game. If you want to get in that game, go ahead and
Flush City is back.
bestbetjacks.com. Email the right people and get on the list. We can sit here and criticize your play next week.
Another flop flush here towards the end of the night, just the way we started. Top pair by CJ too, so he's going to get some action here. RJ's one with the 8s decides to bet. Not the best flop to fire 2 black 8s. And Jarrett's going to go ahead and waste no time putting the big raise in here. RJ's wisely going to let go of those 8s. CJ in a tough spot with no diamond.
No diamond, and this is pretty much, if you call this, you pretty much got to go with it.
Yep.
150, you'd only have
300 in your stack.
Yeah. And you only
just
have
gotta go all
150
in.
behind. I think he goes all in.
Yep.
He goes all in, and Jarrett's going to quickly call with the nuts.
Just kind of a prisoner of the stack there.
Yeah. Oh, you got some outs here. Deuce or queen.
Queen Dewey. Oh, another diamond.
7 of diamonds going to give Jarrett the win. Jarrett picks up another big one.
Jarrett making a little run here at the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like that's going to be the end of the night for that player. Came in a little late, couldn't really get much going.
Yeah, CJ was second or third on the list. Finally got his spot. Just ran into it, and that last hand kind of hamstrung by the stack size. Once it's 150 and you only got 300, you got to make a decision for all of it or none of it. And top pair king kicker was good enough for him to go with.
Sometimes it's hard to call.
Not sure if they're going to fill this seat, being as how there's
Yeah, I doubt it. There's probably only a
10
couple
more minutes left.
maybe even less. I think they might have just said last hand or last 2 hands. I think that might have been why they were groaning.
Jarrett up over 1,100 now in his stack.
Nice. Got button straddle here. Eden getting in there with the suited ace out of the big blind.
Your chips effectively beat his end of the pot.
You can see here how the winnings are looking here tonight. Jamie, the big winner at the table still. We had some winners leave already.
Yeah, we've had a couple of winners leave. See Jamie, Jarrett, and Garen.
Yeah, Garen making the comeback after a big cooler earlier getting stacked. Good work. Jordan up. RJ
and
down
Richie.
A little bit. No one down more than one buy-in, though, so not too bad of a night for anybody.
Yeah, the money kind of, there's a handful of winners tonight. Usually, you got 10 guys playing. There's going to be
no
winners.
top heavy.
We got 5 or 6 winners here tonight. No real big monstrous hits. Of course, 650 in a 2-2 game is pretty dang good.
Kashmir can't believe the nut flush got paid off there in the Twitch chat.
He must not have been watching.
I mean, it's hard to fold top pair.
Hands get paid off at this level.
All right, so we got Richie jumping in here with Queen Jack of Diamonds, raising it up. Get flops a gutter and some back doors. 3 ways. Gonna go ahead and check it back. Backdoor clubs for Jamie here. I wouldn't have hated a lead out there occasionally. No one else seemed to want it on the flop.
Yeah, I agree. I like leading on turn when middle pair turns or middle pair trips up on the turn because it's just the guy in position would have likely bet the middle pair, so you only got to get past the one guy, and if he didn't bet, if he didn't lead into you, you can lead in. It's just pretty good one to rep.
He picks after he misses on the river to do it. Takes it down. No one had anything, so it worked. I would have definitely preferred it on the turn. That way, even if you do get called, you have the outs.
You got another. You got well, and you have another shot of bluffing and winning it. Like, you can actually build your pot and win even more by a bluff gone wrong on the turn.
Yeah, when they check back that ace on the flop, don't mind the bet there on the turn at all. But made the river bet, took it down. Didn't need the flush. So we'll get it under the gun straddle this here, fold it around, just the straddle versus the big blind.
Flop goes check, check. Turn goes check, check.
Richie just quads, no action.
Just quads. He's going to bet 10 on the river. Richie going to show it down.
There you go. Does that count?
Garen couldn't call. King high, just let him have the
Richie
quads.
says it's how it's been going tonight. Make my quads and make $4.
Appreciate it, King of Deuce. We're trying to get a good little mix. Good little mix of for everybody in here.
Alright guys, this is the last hand of the night.
I'm really glad I buttoned
Time to lose it all now.
Looks like we got a button straddle.
Yeah. Trying to spice the end of the night.
Jordan looking down at the queen jack. Looks like he's going to put 10 out there.
15. $10 raise on a straddle is one you should be pouncing on a lot of times. Just they like those small pot builder, speculative hand
Those
raises.
Sweeteners, pot builders are never premium hands. Like they don't want to risk only making it 10 with aces and kings, but they will do it with 8, 9, and 10 jack and queen jack and all these middling hands that we can just pounce on and 3-bet, continuation bet, double and triple barrel always because we just know their range.
Jamie with the pair of fives
Doesn't have the
bets.
premiums.
Everybody folds. A couple gutters got out of there.
Last hand of the night, Jamie, the big winner. Jamie takes it down.
That was it for us.
Yeah, Jamie's going to be our biggest winner of the players left. Mac had a big night.
Tony had a nice night, left early.
Yep, Tony had him a nice night. Jarrett's having him a real nice night.
Garen made a nice comeback. Like I said, pretty fun night.
Yeah, just only a couple of these guys coming out losers, and no one lost a full buy-in. We had actually a pretty good night of poker here, 2-2 in Jacksonville, Florida. Best Bet live stream. I'm Eddie Marskoski.
And I'm Eric Steinball. Thanks for joining us tonight.
As always, poker players, keep repping the nuts.
In poker and in life, make your own luck. See y'all next week.